Check. Hello. Check. So good morning, everyone, and Jai Jagannath to everybody. I hope everyone is having a great morning. So today, I welcome you to the Technical Session 7 for the presentations on papers published in IRC Journal. The session will be chaired by Sri R.K. Dhiman, Additional Director General, Border Road Organization. I request him to kindly join us on the dais. The session will be co-chaired by Dr. Abhay Bambole, Professor Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute. May I please request you, sir, to kindly join us on the dais. And now, may I invite on stage Engineer Shreya Kumari Verma to please come to the stage and welcome our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. Please, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we can give them a round of applause, please.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Hoping to have a great session ahead. And with this, now I invite all the presenters of the session to please come to the dais, starting with Sri Kishore P. Patil, Superintending Engineer, PWD Maharashtra, and Sri Vasava Chaudhary, Senior Engineer, SHM, Medulla Soft Technologies Private Limited. Ms. Soumita Roy, Dr. Siksha Sorupakar, and Dr. P.S. Prasad from CRRI. Shri R.K. Pandey, former member, NHAI, and Dr. Ambika Behel, Senior Principal Scientist, IIT Roorkee. And lastly, for the session, as a presenter, we are having Shri Mohit Chaudhary and Professor Ankit Gupta from IIT BHU. May I kindly invite all our presenters to kindly join us on the dais so that we can start the session. All right, now I request Sri R.K. Dhiman to start the session with his opening remarks. Please, sir. Check.
Good morning, gentlemen. Today we are having 4 presentations. The first presentation is on paper number 740, that is on structural health monitoring of Amar Mahal flyover in Mumbai. And second presentation is a comparative study on finite element analysis of pavement with foamed bitumen treated base. And the third paper is on decarbonizing road construction, paving the way to sustainable future. The last presentation, which will have, this is a methodology to screen filler for optimum fatigue performance of asphalt pavement. So all the presentations are very interesting, and I'll request presenter to stick to the time and bring out the key point, the basic takeaway of their presentation for the audience. So then I'll request the first presenter to make the presentation. This is on structural health monitoring of Amar Mahal flyover at Mumbai. Shri Kishore P. Patil will make the presentation.
Good morning, respected IS and audience. Today I am going to present my paper on structural health monitoring of Amar Mahal flyover, which is located in Mumbai. if you take the exact location of this bridge, it is located a highly traffic prone area, that is Mumbai to Thane. From Mumbai to Thane, all light vehicle, again heavy vehicles are coming out here, and the flyover is located at Chembur suburb of Mumbai. Initially, there was a flyover. It was constructed by in 1991, about 1992. It was 3 by. Oh. Initially in 1992, there was a flyover constructed here, 3 by 3 lane, subject to 70R loading, 10.5 meter carriageway for east direction. It was a typical structure called quadricon unishare joint truss system, and 5 twin gutters were placed for that one. I am not presenting any drawing for that one because we have demolished that structure. But that was a unique structure, and that type of structures, about 5 to 7 places in India it was kept. It was a patented technology. In due course, due to some joint problem in 1917 and 18, we found that some joints are getting open and some joints, the bolting system is failing. So at that time it was decided that we will construct a new flyover, which will be being a traffic congested area. So to build a fast, we are going for a steel structure. So we propose a steel structure. Here in old structure, there was a 60 meter of one obligatory span. So we decided to not go for obligatory span. Again, there was some limitation because due to 60 meter span, the height of the flyover was increasing. So to decrease the height plus other constraint, we make it some intermediate piers we inserted, and the spanning arrangement was as shown this one. It was a 35.5 meter, 29 meter. Actually, in spanning arrangement, existing piers we are keeping as it is. Only one additional pier, P2A, we are inserting between P2 and P3, so that the structure will be a safe stages. In this one, for long span we are using 5 girder. For short span, particularly end span, we are using only 4 girders, and that way we are constructing this one. Actually, this monitoring we required at that time it was failed because first flyover, when it damaged, it was not noticed by anyone, but accidentally it was noticed by some traveler going through the this one flyover. So it was decided to go for a instrumentation particular flyover. Again, instrumentation for all the girders is not possible. So the randomly we took 2 girders where these 2 girders were skew girders. Second thing, it was a long span, about 30 to 32 meter span. So 2 girders were on each lane, each direction. One is north direction or up direction, other one is south direction, is down direction. We have monitor. So in the monitoring, generally we had a number of techniques available. Now, rather than monitoring to check the bridge system, that is NDT we can use. We can go for visual inspection, that is pre-monsoon, post-monsoon. We can go for load testing. It gives a mainly deflection for comparison. And many other NDT methods are available. But once you are going for a monitoring of structure, we get a continuous data. And that continuous data helps us to monitor, get the deterioration of this particular structure, how it is deteriorating. Because structure do not get deteriorated in 1 or 2 days. It gets deteriorated in due course or with time, maybe due to corrosion or some any other methods. So we are going for monitoring. We are not going for all the span or all the gutter monitoring because first thing, it is costly, and second thing, the data collected and to analyze that data, it becomes very difficult. People ignore after some time. So 1 girder or 2 girders we are monitoring, and from that one we get some data, and we can predict the other girders also, or we can lively monitor other girders if we need, or we can inspect that one. So it is to check behavior structure long term. We can get input for the design. It is proposed to monitor span P2, P2A and P3, P4. P2, P2A edge girder we are taking, and P3, P4 also edge girder are taking. It is a trapezoidal span because Q bridge is there. So there is maybe lifting of girders That's why we have selected this one. Spans were more, it is about 27.8 meter to 29 meter. Again, being a steel structure, these sensors were, rather than going for welding and all this thing, we have attached with the epoxy liquid. You can say, then P2P, these are attached. Again, one thing we'll see in our results also, acceleration data also. First P2, P2A sensors were installed when the traffic was flying. Because what happens, 3-lane flyover, we construct first 3-lane, then we construct other 3-lane partly. So at the simultaneously P2, P2A and P3, P4, we have installed sensors. And that sensors, P2, P2A, traffic was already flying. That's why we get some different types of results, interesting results. And P3, P4, though traffic was not flying, partly traffic and construction traffic was there, so that there also we get some different data. That's why this paper gives us how structural behavior changes with the system. This is the general flowchart or data acquisition system. It is a standard one. Generally, stress sensors are there, strain sensor, sorry, and accelerometer, tri-axle accelerometer we are using. In tri-axle accelerometer, tiltometer is also included, but we have not included that results in our paper. So strain sensor, it is connected by 4-core shielded cables to data acquisition system. In 4-core shielded cable, there are 5 cables, 2 are for strain and 2 are for thermal reading and 1 for drain out. Then after data acquisition unit by USB cable, it is connected to the industrial PC with internet connection. Data goes to the cloud storage. Again, for triaxial accelerometer, by directly Ethernet cable, it is a plug and play cable system. It goes to industrial PC, directly data goes. And from this one, we can collect data to cloud also. We can, from this one laptop connection, we can take out the data. This is the general system, and it is a standard system used for this particular system. All these are, kept this in industrial PC, etc. These are kept on the peer head only. This is the spanning arrangement. Here in red color, I have shown the in red color, I have shown these are the sensors attached here, vibratory wire string sensors. These are placed at the quarter point, center, mid span, and another quarter point. So 3 sensors are, strain gauges are provided here, and accelerometer is provided, one additional accelerometer is provided here. It is the edge of this girder, so it is provided at this edge of this girder. This means it is just red line I have shown here, plus here and here. This is for P2, P2A span. For P3, P4 span, it is attached at this side. Again, it is the edge one. Now see, this is a trapezoidal span. So we have attached this strain sensor here, here, and here, and again one accelerometer is there. So these are parallel stress sensor. The function of this parallel stress sensor is we can find out what is the curvature included in that particular beam. So to find out curvature, I will just proceed in the next slide how to find out this one. Depth of girder is approximately 1.5 meter. Bottom plates are about 32 meter. Details are given. So structural details I will not go in detail. So these are the location of sensors. Our main function is to optimize the sensors, because we have to reduce the data first thing, and we have to reduce the cost of the sensors. Generally, accelerometers are used. Accelerometer is calculating the vibration data, dynamic data. It is a plug and plug device and connected by Ethernet cable. Biaxial tiltometer itself is built in the triaxial accelerometer. So it gives the rotation. This data we are not used in this paper, but from rotation we can again calculate. We are getting curvature, rotation, and acceleration. So if you combine these 3 data, we can get how the structure is behaving, or how deterioration, any deterioration, you can interpret it. Again, PC, these are just components I am telling you. Industrial PC is there. What do you say? It is a fanless PC, dust proof. Data acquisition system, data logger is there. Then strain gauges are there. Cable, Ethernet cable, 4-core shielded cables, etc. are used for the monitoring. Generally, we are not going for a OFC cable because the length of the span is very less, and we don't have to carry data for much more. Only profit with the OFC cable is the disturbance due to electromagnetic waves is very less, or you can neglect it. In 4-core shielded also, that quality is achieved. Now, monitoring parameters, we are monitoring the static, strain, deflection, temperature, and rotations. And dynamics, we are finding out frequency, damping, peak acceleration, RMS acceleration, all these data, typical static and dynamic data we are calculating. Which are the monitoring parameter? We are going for axial, it is not axial strain, basically only strain. Then bridge deflection. These are calculated by vibrating wire strain gauges, tilt by tiltometer, vibrations by triaxial accelerometer. Then sensor location, I told you already, at 3 locations we are inserting vibrating wire strain gauges. That is near the quarter point, center point, again next quarter point, 3/4 point. Accelerometer, we are using 1 accelerometer only. Actually, if you want to go for higher modes, one must go for 3 to 4 accelerometer. But to reduce the cost, and we are using this accelerometer for only finding out the frequency and damping factor. That's why we are not increase the accelerometer. It is dynamic data. It is giving frequency, damping, etc. This strains, we get a deflection. We can find out the deflection. Again, one thing, since it is a plate girder, or it is we are attaching these strain gauges to plate. So particularly in steel structure, steel design, we have observed that there is a wave buckling or that kind of wave buckling of the plate, though we have provided a vertical stiffness. So that can be, though we are not monitored here, but that can be easily monitored by this kind of the gauges, because you are getting the direct value of strain at that particular point. Now, frequency sampling. Generally for strain gauges, we are taking every 1 hour frequency, we are taking one reading. See, we are taking one reading at a particular one point. Not necessary, we can find out the maximum reading. Even we can go, if the deflection is accelerating some particular value, 25 mm, 30 mm, 55 mm, then give the signal. All this can be installed in this program or in this kind of the thing, but we have not done, or we have not included that thing in the paper. So we are getting strain gauges every 1 hour, we are getting taking reading. For accelerometer, we are taking every 6 hours reading, timings 6, 12, 18, whatever it may be. And we are taking 400 hertz recorded for 270 seconds at every 4 hours. Here, 400 hertz we have gone because generally the maximum frequency or higher mode we can go up to 40 hertz, and 10 times of it generally taken. It's not a hard and fast rule. That's why we have gone for 400 hertz frequency. More higher side we can go, but we have avoided that one. We can get data continuous also, but rather only taking the continuous data and filling our data log, it is not useful, because changes in particular data is not that much variation. So we are taking 1 hour data for strain gauges. Now for P2, P2A girder, this is just one deflection and temperature. So you can see the temperature variation is quite normal. If winter season the temperature is less, in hot season, particularly April or May, temperature is low. This thermal temperature is just shown because we have to
you have got 2 more minutes. 2 minutes, 2 more minutes.
Oh, okay. From this thermal strain, we have to reduce the thermal strain from the total, and we get the actual strain due to loading. Here you may get some positive values, only that is the reason, because we have installed the sensors when traffic was flying. So deflection was already there, then it is regaining that deflection. That's why this positive value is taken. So I will not go for more detail. Same thing for P2A girder, thermal strain is calculated. Again P3, P4 girder, same thing, there is positive value of deflection because construction traffic was there. Thermal strains, if you see the pattern of thermal strain, it is the same thing. Again P3, P4 girder, deflection you can see here. Just for comparison, if you take a P2 girder, the span was 33.3 meter, actual maximum deflection I am getting 11.91, and permissible by live load, dead load we are not taking 600, it is the permissible. So these are far within reason limits. One moving average deflection is calculated. In this method, what is done, the initial data, then subsequent data is taken, and latest data has given a particular weightage. So that how deflection is varying, you get this type of curve. This curve will stabilize here because there were upward deflection, that's why this is called this one. And one interesting thing, if you take a COVID period, this was a COVID period, we get a 1.5 mm deflection upward because it is going again to its original state. Same data is for the other girder. Again, you can point out the deflection of the this one, COVID period. Vibration analysis, this is acceleration data. Acceleration data is converted to again frequency data by fast Fourier transformation. Then through filter, noise is reduced. And after reducing the noise, we are getting upward frequency here 3 to 4 hertz. After that one, we get this kind of the curve for autocorrelation with a mean signal to estimate the frequencies. And from this one, we can find out the damping. Yes, I will go for conclusion directly. Again, one thing, with temperature data and acceleration, we find that as the temperature increases, our frequency reduces. So this kind of data we are getting here. These are complete temperature and frequency data. Curves are fit curve. Costing about, it is a 0.3 to 0.4% of bridge because we are only doing a single girder, 2 girders, that's why cost is very less. Conclusion, you can find out how structure is behaving, and these 2-3 techniques what I have explained, if you monitor continuously, if you draw the graph, you find out how the deflection is increasing or how the structure is deteriorating. Even if it is gradually deteriorating, you can find out from that particular graph. Due to time limit, I cannot explain in more. So these are the things what we have used in the Amarmor flavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we can have 2-3 questions. I'll request delegate to raise your hand in case you have any question. Yes, please.
Please show the slide showing the deflection, vertical deflection. There is a positive value and negative value. And what is the explanation of that? At different times, January or April, please show the curve.
Which one?
Deflection curve.
Okay, one sec.
At the April and January. And what do you mean by positive and negative deflection?
Positive deflection, actually deflection shall be negative. What happened?
Can you put this slide again?
Actually, deflection shall be negative only. Hello?
Just before that.
Yeah, I am answering. Na? Actually, deflection shall be negative only. What happened? When we installed these sensors, traffic was flying on that one. So there was some deflection. Okay? Then traffic has gone, or some heavy traffic might be there at that time. If it has gone, it has regained its again some other deflection. Suppose at that time it was the 4 mm deflection, and if I am installing the sensors, now that traffic has gone, and now my 2 mm deflection is there. That will be the upward deflection. That's why it is only appear in the initial phase. If you see this one, only for this initial phase that deflection is there. Upward deflection is there, this one. After that one, it is never upward deflection. That is the only reason.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Actually, the presentation was great. And I wish to know that in structural health monitoring of bridges, there are some works coming recently which are trying to talk about video recordings and performing YOLO over it, and to do preliminary investigation and then go for pure NDT and SHM techniques. So what's your suggestion on upcoming technologies like what will be their place in payment applications and bridge applications?
In structural health monitoring, if you find every day new technologies are coming, basically what I for this particular thing, it is on contact basis. So if you are using some laser techniques or other things, it is supported somewhere. And from that one, you are taking videography and then find out the deflection. That deflection if you take the, you can say, list count, it is up to 0.01 mm, etc. You can go. But here, since you are directly attached to the girder for this particular thing, so you are actually behavior of the girder, you are getting it. So from that behavior, from that strain, you are calculating the curvature, and by double integration, you are getting the deflection. That deflection will be the actual behavior, and you are reducing the thermal strain. So when you are going from outside also, thermal strain, you are taking the ambient temperature. Here, I am taking the temperature of girder itself. So that kind of the thing we are getting here. That's why it will be more useful. Though these are fantastic things if you are taking a laser, and it gives the result also, but this will be again more realistic. Second thing, I told, being a steel structure, the web buckling and web related issues are more predominant rather than fringes. If you go through steel design, you will find out. So that behavior also you can get it. If by chance there is any web buckling or that kind of thing, or particular strain is accessing the this one. So this thing also you will not get that this particular thing in that particular laser things or some other things. That can be again other some techniques, but these are the major difference.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just have one query. When you are monitoring it, are we not monitoring support system, abutment or pier?
No, sir. To avoid the cost, we are not monitoring, and say existing. It was the existing pier and abutment. It was constructed in '92. We are not changed it. So we are not attached that one to the this one.
When you are simply new structure you are monitoring, the old structure on which it is laid, are we not monitoring together?
No, sir, it being a flyover, actually you should, then theoretically you shall monitor all the gutters, all the piers, but data and data interpretation, it becomes a very lengthy process. So our interest was, it was a skew, again steel structure, that's why we have monitored only that one. It was possible to monitor this one, piers.
Excuse me, is there any relation between the temperature in different period of time?
Yeah.
May, July or November.
See, temperature, as thermal temperature increases there, natural frequency will increase. So while comparing this one, we have to mention the thermal stress, what is the temperature, ambient temperature or girder temperature at that time. Again, ambient, we are generally measuring ambient temperature only. Girder temperature is again different. Again, there is one problem. If you take a sun path, so one girder is heating in morning, afterwards its frequency again changes, the ambient temperature is somewhat different. So we have to correlate temperature and natural frequency, and natural frequency changes with temperature, obviously.
Thank you, thank you.
Sir, one question.
I think no, we'll...
Just a simple question, sir.
Okay.
Actually, you have collected the different parameters like deflection, acceleration over the time. Have you calculated the remaining life of the bridge? Actually, it is 92, you have constructed it in 1992, and parameters are collected. So, have you established any relationship to find out the remaining life and how to augment the life of the structure?
One thing, 1992, the bridge was constructed, it was demolished superstructure, and new construction was done in 2018. In 2018, when I did monitoring, the remaining life was not, we cannot calculate at that time, it was a new bridge. Theoretically, it was 100 years for me, because I have designed for 100 years. But when in due course, after 10, 15 years, if deterioration is starting, then I can interpret what is the remaining life of the structure.
So, you have a relationship then? So
we are not included. There is a relation, there are a number of relationships. If you monitor this particular thing, acceleration, deflection, curvature data, you can predict the remaining life of structure. It is very easy. It's not a big issue. But you require a data, number of data, and that too long period. Because new structure, you don't have a data, so you cannot say it is deteriorated. My results, if you see, it don't show any deterioration because it was just the initial stage within 1 year of construction. So deterioration was not there. So we cannot predict at that time, okay, this is the life of structure from these graphs.
Thank you, thank you. Now, co-chairman will have some clarification.
Mr. Patil, for how long the sensors will be working and how long it has been working?
This is very difficult question because he was also involved. The site is located at the Chembur, and major problem there, if you get from out of way thinking, the druggist people are there. They are very dangerous. They will just cut the wires. They will cut the even the bolting of our beam girders. So we have protected all these things. So sensing these sensors and that will work long time. There is no issue. You can say 30, 40 years or that one. You have to just, you can say servicing, because the industrial PC and that we have to just modify the thing after certain time. It can go up to the life of the girder theoretically, but in due course, one has to change it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have next presentation, a comparative study on finite element analysis of pavement with foamed bitumen. Treated waste by, who will be presenting? Acha, theek hai, Sumita. Sumita Rai, no? Yeah, yes.
A very good morning to all present here. I am Somita Roy, research scholar at ACSIR CRRI, here to present our paper titled A Comparative Study on Finite Element Analysis of Pavements with Foam Bitumen Treated Base. To begin with, what is the importance of stabilization in pavement engineering? Pavement materials withstand the external loads that are applied onto them as a result of vehicular movement. Sometimes it may so happen that the quality of these pavement materials are compromised, or the external loads that are applied onto it exceeds the magnitude that it usually experiences, calling out for the need of remedial measures. One such remedial measure is stabilization, that is invoking a suitable additive or a stabilizer to improve the property of the pavement such that its property is more enhanced and it performs better than its untreated conditions. Broadly, stabilizers can be divided into two categories. The first being the conventionals or the traditionally used stabilizers like cement and lime. The other type is the unconventional stabilizers, means the waste materials like the agricultural waste, municipal waste or industrial waste, or modifications of these traditional stabilizers that can be incorporated effectively. In our study, we are concerned with one such stabilizer, that is bitumen, that has been incorporated in the form of foam bitumen as a soil stabilizer. How foam bitumen is formed? Hot bitumen is passed through air and water under high pressure in a specialized equipment to obtain bitumen in foamed condition. This foam bitumen coats the fine aggregates and forms non-continuous bonds known as spot welds with the coarse aggregates. It forms an interlocking with the adjacent aggregate materials, and this interlocking gets more densified when compacted. This treated material has improved flexibility and resistance to moisture-induced damages compared to its untreated counterpart. Moving on to literature that highlights the importance of pavement layer stabilization, starting with the subgrade layer, that is the lowermost layer of the pavement. Stabilizing the subgrade layer implies the bearing capacity of the pavement as a whole is improved. Stabilizing the base, the function of the base layer is to protect the subgrade layer from damages caused due to external loads. If we stabilize the subbase layer, the property of the pavement as a whole is improved. As the subgrade layer remains protected. However, both these stabilization techniques have certain economical constraints, as in pavement design. We consider the subgrade layer to be a semi-infinite layer. Therefore, incorporating stabilization raises concerns with respect to the cost. Similarly, if we incorporate good quality materials in subgrade layer, then raises the query that why do we need to stabilize the subbase if the subgrade already has good quality materials. Thus, these two approaches require thorough assessment with economic and environmental assessment to evaluate its beneficial applicability. Moving on to the most important and the most commonly stabilized layer, that is the base layer. The function of the base layer is to distribute the loads from the vehicular movement to the lower layers evenly. Stabilizing the base implies that this functioning of the base layer is more enhanced and improved. The better functioning of the base layer implies improved pavement performance that is visible in the form of comfortable and safe driving experience for the vehicles. Moving on to the influence of vehicle speed on pavement performance, the literature shown here incorporates the weigh-in motion approach, instrumentation analysis, and numerical modeling to determine how the impact of moving vehicles and its speed impacts the deformation for a pavement. All the three papers shown in this slide here provide us with the same inference that higher vehicle speeds cause lower strains and vice versa, bringing us to the objective of our study, which is to evaluate the performance of a pavement with a foam bitumen treated base against a pavement with an untreated base to determine the deformation that takes place. This analysis is done with the help of finite element modeling in Plaxis 3D. The methodology of our paper is as shown in this given slide, where we have considered both the pavement with treated base and untreated base. With the help of IRC 37-2018 guidelines, we determine the corresponding resilient moduli of the pavement layers, which is further validated in IIT PFO software. After validation, we further progress towards finite element modeling using Plaxis 3D with the given parameters as shown. For the vehicle speeds, we consider speed limits from 20 km per hour to 120 km per hour at 20 kmph intervals with traffic load of 20 MSA and 100 MSA each. Here our aim is to determine the deformation above the subgrade layer, that is the compressive strain, and below the surface layer, that is the tensile strain. Starting with the design of flexible pavement in accordance with Annexure 2 of IRC 37-2018, wherein from the respective catalogs we determine the corresponding depth of the pavement layers, and the values are further incorporated in these given equations as shown, where we determine their resilient modulus. In case of base that is treated with foam bitumen, the value has already been mentioned in the guidelines to be 800 megapascal. We determine its depth by trial and error method. For the given traffic loads, we determine the corresponding compressive strain denoted by epsilon V and the tensile strain denoted by epsilon T. The results of this calculation show us that for the 20 MSA traffic load, the pavement with the stabilized base has a depth that is 65 mm less than that for the pavement with the unstabilized base. Similarly, for 100 MSA traffic load, the deformation for the stabilized base is 60 mm less than the pavement with the unstabilized base. Our values have been further validated in IIT PAVE, and it has shown that our calculations are safe and we can progress to the next step, that is finite element modeling using Plaxis 3D. For representation purposes, a diagram has been attached, that is a section of a road model that has been prepared in Plaxis, where two conditions have been incorporated, one with the treated base and one with the untreated base. The arrows indicate the vehicular load that is applied onto it with the given dimensions that has been referred from the literature that has been attached below as shown. We incorporate the external parameters, that is the varying vehicle speeds from 20 to 120 km per hour at 20 kmph intervals, and traffic loads of 20 MSA and 100 MSA. For 20 MSA, we incorporate single lane and 2 lane, and for 100 MSA, we incorporate 4 lane and 6 lane. The geotechnical data for the given pavement layers are referred from this literature as shown in this given slide. In case of the Young's modulus of the base layer that is treated with foam bitumen, we have taken the value to be 800 megapascal as mentioned in the IRC code. Moving on to the results that we obtained from the analysis undertaken in Plaxis 3D, we have observed that for higher vehicle speeds with low traffic load, the deformation is less than for higher traffic load with low vehicle speeds. Lower the vehicle speed, greater is the time of contact between the tire and the pavement, and greater is the distribution of the load frequency from the vehicle to the tire to the pavement. Unlike in higher vehicle speeds, this time of contact between the pavement and the tire is comparatively lesser, and for higher traffic load, due to the presence of more vehicles, this load frequency is more amplified. In case of higher traffic loads, it is moving on to the unstabilized base, the value for the unstabilized base deformation is higher than that for the stabilized base deformation. In case of tensile strain, the value is approximately 6 to 7%. Also, there are two prominent peaks for higher traffic loads, implying that the first peak indicating the initial strain, that is the strain that takes place immediately when the vehicle load is applied, and the second peak indicating the rebound strain that takes place after the vehicle load is removed, which indicates that the pavement has recovered from this strain due to the viscoelastic behavior of bitumen. For compressive strain, it is observed that the magnitude is lesser than that for the tensile strain, as compressive strain is determined above the subgrade layer, which is below the base layer, and here the base layer functioning comes into picture, wherein it ensures uniform distribution of load. And in case of stabilized base, the distribution of the frequency of the distribution of the magnitude of this load is lesser than for conditions with unstabilized base. wherein the value of the deformation for stabilized base is more than that for the stabilized base by approximately 12%. Bringing us to the concluding remarks of our study, that incorporating stabilizers not only improves the property of the pavement material, but also we require lesser the quantity of pavement material for construction compared to its untreated counterpart, as indicated by the reduction in the overall pavement layer depth. Higher traffic load and low speed causes more deformation than low traffic load and higher speeds. However, stabilization of the base layer counteracts this unwanted phenomena to some extent. In our study, we have incorporated an instantaneous deformation analysis. In future, we can incorporate long-term analysis or incorporating different types of additives or with different proportions or different kind of pavement materials. The references for our study is as shown in this slide. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for listening for giving me the opportunity to present, and I would also like to extend warm gratitude and appreciation to my co-authors for their support and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can have 3 questions, and I'll request delegate to raise your hand in case you have any question. So anyway, I think there is no question for this. I just want to clarify that if we see per kilometer wise, what can be the cost reduction with this? If we see the overall cost, you said the reduction in thickness and all this. If the kilometer wise, if we are going for the long length, but what is the likely cost reduction in the payment?
Yes, sir. If we require lesser materials, that means the cost will be lesser if lesser materials are required for construction.
So any percentage figure you have worked out?
I'm working on it for my PhD topic.
Okay. That will be very useful for the user. If we can work out that for so many kilometers of payment, this can be the likely cost reduction with this, and how it can help sustaining the life as per the desire. Thank you.
Yeah, I have got a question for you.
You can sit.
You can sit. When you stabilize.
Okay. Around 10% cost reduction will be there because we are reducing the bituminous material thickness.
No, that is what I was looking for. So I think in the presentation we can bring out, because the audience will be fascinated by what is the takeaway for them. So if we can show that this study can help us to reduce the cost, and I think this will be taken very, very positively, and we can overcome. Thank you.
My question to you that what parameters you have changed when you model the stabilized vis-a-vis unstabilized subgrade or the subbase in the file?
So the only parameter that I have changed is the Young's modulus value for the stabilized layer and the corresponding depth of the pavement layer for the stabilized base and for higher traffic loads, as shown in the figure in the presentation.
So you have
Yes.
tested those properties?
Yes, sir. I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, now we have paper number 743, decarbonizing road construction, paving the way to the sustainable future. This is by Shri R.K. Pandey, former member NHI.
Good morning, everyone. Friends, as you all know, decarbonization, sustainability, climate change are the buzzword because this is the area of concern for the entire world. The construction sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emission, and road sector is no different. Every country in the world, as I said, it is a concern of the world. Every country has set their own target, and we have also committed to have net zero carbon effect by 2070. As a highway engineer, yes, we have number of attempts, number of new technology, number of new materials, and modification in the specifications, leading to reduction in CO2 emission. But if somebody asks me how much I am going to contribute to reduce carbon emission by 2070, these targets set by the government, it will be very difficult for me to answer and I'll scratch my head. Reason is very simple, because we don't have any strategy or the way how I am going to achieve it. This present paper aims at identifying areas where we'll have to work to identify, and the firm up a strategy. If we follow that, we will be in a position to tell today by 2070 how I am going to contribute and what will be my contribution. I request my colleague Ambika to present it.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the paper. Good morning, everyone. So as sir said, this is basically a paper, policy paper, which tried to make a framework for our country that what we actually need to do to decarbonize the road construction sector. हम सब सुनते हैं, ये प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं हमें नेट ज़ीरो अचीव करना है, 2070 तक करना है, विकसित भारत 2047. बट फ्रैंकली देखा जाए तो 2047 तक आई थिंक 80% ऑफ हम सब यहाँ से रिटायर भी हो चुके होंगे. वी प्रॉबेबली नीड नॉट इवन बॉदर, देखा जाएगा जो बाद में आएंगे. बट देन the engineer in us tells us that this is not how this sector will work, because today or tomorrow this is coming back to us. If we did not start working on carbon economy today, we will have to pay the carbon taxes to the other countries. I would be sharing the international experiences also, that how other countries have already started reducing approximately 70% of the emissions which they are making during the construction of roadways. And if we do not act now, if we do not even start thinking on making policy or framework for reducing carbon during construction activities, we would be lagged behind. So this is an effort to tell that what we actually need to do. So my presentation will outline on certain facts, then the current scenario where the country is, are we even measuring any emissions, the international experience, what other countries have done, and the decarbonization strategies, what we need, and the framework for India, required for India. So some certain facts. Globally, road construction is known that it accounts for 20% of the total carbon dioxide emissions and 74% of the total transportation emissions. And we all know that to keep the planet from the global warming 1.5 degrees low, we have to reach this net zero by 2050. But yes, in India, we have kept this target at 2070. While CO2 remains the dominant greenhouse gas, हम लोग सब बात करते हैं जब भी pollution का होता है carbon dioxide. But I don't know how many of you know that the biggest global warming potential is of the other gases which we are releasing when we are constructing bituminous roads. They are the methane, the fluorinated gases. They have the highest global warming potential. We are not even bothered about today. So we really need to start thinking on those lines. As Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change released a report in 2018. Now here is the difference. We are in the country, you must have seen that IRC has already released the carbon emission factors. But globally, the same road construction activity, which holds only 20% of the total pollution generated by road construction, whereas in India, when they counted, it is 90%. This is because the way we are producing the materials, the way we are constructing is much different than how European or US countries are doing. So we need to work on our own policy guidelines or our own carbon emission factors so that we can correctly, first of all, measure, calculate, and then reduce. Another report said, which was really again released by MOEFCC in 2023. CRRI was a part of that report. Terry was part of that, making that report. It simply says that if you improve the operational condition, leave road construction, if even we are improving the operational condition of a pavement, the total fuel consumption can be reduced by 19%, which will save approximately 10 billion liters of fuel, and straight away 11,493 tons of carbon dioxide per kilometer can be reduced just by improving the road condition. But we all know how the roads are today, how the national highways are, the express highways are. Are we really having that kind of condition? So we need to start working on these parameters. And most of the times, I mean, being from CRRI from last 20 years, we have been, I mean, my all colleagues will agree that whenever we submit a design or we submit that this is the best methodology for the next 20 years, we very rarely find the agencies who are actually interested for the next 20 years. Majority of the times हमें सुनने मिलता मैडम 2 साल में तो asset transfer हो जाएगा, give me the design only for next 2 years. Nobody is bothered. 2 years के बाद आप दोबारा construct करोगे, how much carbon again will be generated. So we need to have, India needs to have that carbon framework. We need to have carbon taxes, incentives, so that people start thinking on this. And yes, of course, the emissions are of 2 types, the operational emissions and the embodied emissions. So we need to work on both. The current scenario, as I said, that yes, we have aimed to reach net zero by 2070. But as per the current status, of the different sectors, how we are working, we are not going to achieve. If we do not start now, 2070 also we cannot be net zero. So yes, the government has identified 8 difficult to abate sectors, and out of those 8 sectors, road construction is one of them. And if I try to map the road construction, different activities, that how much each activity is contributing, so the raw material itself is 40%. Your bitumen, aggregate, cement, steel, these raw materials itself is giving me 40% of carbon emissions. If nothing else, we as a country only starts working only on the materials, like using crumb rubber modified, by using waste plastic, by using recycled pavement materials, by using plastic aggregates, by using such kind of materials, slag aggregates, we can reduce the carbon dioxide emissions a lot. If you use bio-bitumen, straight away minus 47% is your carbon emissions. We have all these technologies, but we do not have a policy. That is why we are, as on date, standing that yes, we have no way forward that how we are going to reduce. And yes, of course, plant operations are from 20 to 25% emissions are coming from your plant operations itself. Now here also we need to see that major important points which we see that on the construction places, people are not even considering. Like they switch on the bitumen heating tank morning 6 a.m. when the construction has to start at 11 a.m. We're not even bothered that 5 hours, if you are heating bitumen, how much energy is going to be wasted, how much emissions are going to be generated. So all these factors we need to, it's high time that we start working on these factors. Now the stages of emissions in a road construction project when we try to map, so this is an ISO standard. So different scopes have been given, A1 to A3, which is about material production, A4 to A5 emissions are from the construction, transportation to site and paving operations. And then you have B1 to B7, that is the use phase when your road is under usage, and then B2 to B5 is maintenance and rehabilitation, and then end of life. So these are the factors. So we are not here saying that straight away we should jump and all the factors India should start working on, but at least we can concentrate on A1 to A3 because we have the technologies available, we have the IRC guidelines for all those technologies. We only need the strict implementation so that we can work towards the carbon reduction in road construction. Again, a slide showing the carbon emissions are categorized into 3 sources, and when I only consider the production of the material, transportation of that material to the construction site, these are my amount of carbon dioxide emission is occurring on that state. So as I said, we have all these technologies, the guidelines are already there, but sparingly we are using these technologies at one or the other construction project. But we are not measuring. We don't have the baselines. Why we are not measuring? When we are not measuring, you cannot reduce the carbon emission. So as a country, tomorrow when Europe has already started the carbon taxes, when the other countries are giving their carbon footprints and then putting taxes on other countries, we do not even have a framework or a paper which tells that yes, we are reducing. We are using these technologies, but we are not measuring. The international experience, as I said, there is an ISO standard 21930. So again, they have mapped all the phases where we can work. on production stage, during the construction stage, then the use stage, and then the end of the life of that road. And all these stages we need to concentrate and start, first of all, measuring the emissions and then reduction. But when I'm saying measuring and reduction, what we need to do for those activities is what we have come out in this paper. Again, there is a report, international report on the carbon footprint of asphalt pavements by NAPA. So initially, I mean, as I said, that for India at least, we should start for A1, A2, and A3 emissions, which is only about raw materials. You can simply reduce your carbon emissions by 50% by working on these emissions. So when they measured, what they found, that only by using RAP, we all know that recycled pavement is being used in the country today, but by only using RAP, they reduced 90% of their carbon dioxide emissions. When I'm saying RAP, that means recycling the existing pavement. Rather than just removing and constructing new, we need to start adopting these things. And then they further accelerated by revising their guideline from 50% to 60%. So that is how, but in India, we are still at 30%. We are not allowing to use RAP more than 30% in our construction projects. Again, a factor which we are not considering during construction is the moisture. The way we are storing the aggregates, it is always in open, the rain is happening, the moisture is there. So when they did this calculation that only 1% of moisture was reduced, they could save 1.6 kg carbon dioxide per ton of the mix. This is the thing which we are not even considering in our country right now. So the impact of moisture is so much. But what we think in the construction process is that, okay, burner mein jayega, aggregate sook hi jayega. Because we don't have the mindset of the carbon reduction. So we really need to look on those factors. And when they did only these three activities, by which is first warm mix asphalt, by reducing the production temperature of your road mix by 20 degrees, by increasing the RAP content, and by reducing moisture by 1%. They could reduce the global warming potential exactly by 29%. Just these three activities we need to do, and we can achieve very high targets. And then again, due to paucity of time, I'll skip this. This is simply showing the GHG emission profile of a road construction project that, again, 46% is only coming from the bituminous materials. So here is the opportunity where we need to work. Now, the decarbonization strategies we need for our country. So basically, decarbonization, when I talk about it, comes in two stages: carbon reduction and carbon sequestration. We are not yet ready with the technologies at a larger scale for carbon sequestration, but carbon reduction, yes. As I said, IRC guidelines are there for all those technologies. What we actually need to do is, we need to select materials accordingly. We need to select more and more waste and recycled materials. We need to be energy efficient technologies should be used, whether it is solar, wind, or electric for our equipment performance. Construction methods, as the earlier papers was about, again, foam stabilization and recycling. So we need to do more of the pavement recycling and FDR. And then, of course, the logistics is very, very important, that you do not do unnecessarily to and fro for transporting your materials. And then, of course, the technological innovations like BIM you can use to enhance your project planning. Proper project planning, if you do, we can reduce emissions. Carbon capturing, as I said, we do not have yet, we do not have so many advanced stage technologies for carbon negative materials, except from then, yes, the bio-based rejuvenators or bio-bitumens, they are the carbon negative materials, so we can adopt them. So the requirements for India to march towards decarbonization in road construction, Government of India, I mean, I was surprised to see that our government has already issued a draft report which has come from the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, about the framework of climate financing. And they have considered road construction in this draft report, that they would be ready to do the climate financing of the construction projects. But till the time we do not have the emission factors and the carbon reduction guidelines, we cannot get these financing for our road construction projects. So the need of the hour is to define the baseline. As on date, none of us knows for constructing 1 kilometer of a highway how much carbon I am going to consume, how much I am going to reduce. So we do not have those baselines. So first of all, we need to create those baselines. Once those baselines are there, then we need clear implementation of those baselines. And yes, without any incentivization, me and sir talked a lot about this, that till the time we do not have incentives on using carbon reduction technologies, this framework will not work. And yes, internationally, there is a specification, PAS 2080, which talks about, it's again giving a framework for US, which was released by Institution of Civil Engineers, that this is the framework for US roadways, that how they are going to reduce their carbon factors during road construction. So as I said, carbon baseline, carbon management strategy, implementation, verification are the 4 steps we need for India. And what are we going to do in these 4 steps? First of all, define the scope. Am I going to work only on the raw materials? Am I going to work also on the my construction equipments? Am I going to work also on the tailpipe? So we have suggested in this paper that let's start initially from the raw materials during the construction, how we can reduce. So for any project, we have to define the scope and the boundaries, and then identify the carbon sources, that from which all sources carbon will be emitted. Once that is done, then collect the data. And when the data is there, you calculate your carbon emissions, analyze, document, and then use that baseline to start construction on the project site. In carbon management, of course, we need to set the goals. Like if we are going to work on this, which we sure will enforce the Ministry of Road Transport to start working on this, that when your project itself is at the contracting stage, government has to say that this is the baseline for a standard national highway project. Now we will select those contractors who are going to reduce 10% or 20%. So that is the kind of framework we need. The reduction goals need to be set up by the government itself. And then identify the key emission sources, design stage and construction stage itself we need to work. Implementation and monitoring, of course, if we will not monitor, if there is an error in the mixed design, of course, that's a lack of monitoring, then you will have to do whole construction again. So monitoring is very, very important.
Hello.
That at what
Can
stage...
you wind up in 1 minute?
2 minutes, sir. That at what stage I would be reducing the emissions. And the fourth and the very important, verification and validation. We have n number of agencies who are involved in road construction. Anybody can say, okay, I have done 20%. Who is the authority to verify that? So we also need our own Indian Carbon Council, as the Global Carbon Council exists. So our request would be through this paper to the government that yes, we need to have an Indian Carbon Council who is going to validate and verify that if a contractor A has submitted this much reductions, yes, it is validated, and now you can go for the carbon credit trading schemes. And yes, these are again tells about the processes involved in the road construction. So when we talk about decarbonization, it starts at the DPR stage itself, what materials are to be selected, what technology has to be used, and then implementation is during design. So framework required for India, basically the gist is about the 4 steps. As I said, we first need to make our baselines, and then quantification. Once we have, by baseline, I mean that yes, each material is counted. Even if I am using a fiber in a stone mastic asphalt, what is that carbon factor for that fiber? Each and every material going into road construction has to have that factor, and then the baseline has to be there. The quantification has to be done, how much I am reducing. So for quantification, of course, the construction agencies need to work. And once that is done, the verification, the validation has to be done by, as I said, either from NHAI, MORTH, or we can formulate in the Indian Carbon Council. And once all this is done, the incentives. Now the question comes that, okay, people will say, I am going to reduce 20%. What if by the end of the project, they are not reducing the 20%? Then we say, put a carbon tax. If somebody is exceeding, start putting a carbon tax. Otherwise, because we all know in India, nothing can work if either we give, I always say, if you have to make any technology successful, ya fayda de do, ya fine laga do. So either you give incentives or you start giving carbon taxes, then only the carbon reduction framework in the country will work. in the end, just a slide when we were doing an NHI project, simply to showing what I said, that when Napa can do 90% reduction just by using RAP. So when we did a national highway project and we used RAP 60%, so you can see my bitumen saving was 57%, aggregate saving was 56% because we used the old pavement material, and carbon dioxide reduction was 57%. Just from the mix, and then 10% from the aggregate itself. So this is my last slide. The way forward, as I said, we need a strong policy on carbon credits, then incentive schemes, and then a certifying agency like Global Carbon Council. We need to have our own emission factors. I was reading the emission factors given by IRC. For bitumen, they are saying 0.4. But since in India, we do not produce the bitumen like it is being produced in US, we use heavy crude, whereas in India, they are using light shale crudes. So my carbon factor for India would be almost double. Same is for aggregate. They are using almost 1/4 of the carbon factor for aggregate production, whereas in India, we are having almost 4 times of that. So we need to have our own factors, and then of course a common tool. From CRRI we did this activity, then when I used different tools like different softwares to do carbon calculation, my results were different. So if we want that, we need to give incentives to the agencies, we need to have our own
Madam,
carbon
please
calculation tool. That's it, sir. Last. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have some question. So we will have 3 questions, and I'll request delegate, please raise your hand in case you have it. First row.
हेलो आई एम संजीव शर्मा फ्रॉम नेशनल हाईवेज अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया सर। अभी जो आप बात कर रहे थे कार्बन काउंसिल ऑफ क्रेडिट, इसमें एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन अमेंडमेंट एक्ट जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का है, उसमें कार्बन क्रेडिट रेटिंग स्कीम जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इंट्रोड्यूस की है। उसमें कोई भी एजेंसीज जो काम करती हैं वो अपने क्रेडिट जो एमिशंस हैं इनका क्रेडिट स्कोर ले सकते हैं। सो दिस इज़ ए गुड स्कीम एंड एवरी डिपार्टमेंट शुड vouch for this kind of a scheme. So NHAI in 2023-24 has reduced this CHG emissions and has get credit of approximately 0.8 million ton carbon dioxide emission per kilometer in 2023-24. So like we have introduced mandatory use of precast concrete elements in national highway projects. Similarly, we can issue guidelines for mandatory use of RAP in national highway projects, because large quantity of RAP is basically produced in national highway projects, upgradation projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is for the information of audience or your question? I think he was just sharing information for audience, so we can take a note of it. So now we can have a next question.
This is a comment. It's not a question, it's a comment on this. It's a very relevant topic for the day, and we really appreciate that Ambika and Sir has brought it out in today's session. My comment is that this should begin from the DPR stage. The DPR consultants have to put in their efforts to how they are going to approach to this topic right from the DPR stage. And then, sir, we are, I think, modifying the DPR code also. So probably sub-guidelines in this regard, in that code, how the DPR consultant should approach this particular aspect. Then another suggestion is that when a contractor is constructing the entire project from day 1 to the end of the project, what efforts he has taken to reduce this carbon footprint. And if he can submit that, then he should be given some additional points during the analysis of his bid, so that the contractors themselves are incentivized in a way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, one more point, Mr. Sada will ask.
Now, in your presentation, it is said that India has decided in 2070 we are going to be a net zero. So what efforts are being taken at central government level, or what instructions imposed are given to the state government level to make it possible to be net zero at 2070?
Okay. So, sir, as per for the construction sector, for road construction sector, we have not even started the efforts. I'll be that frank for you. But yes, India as a country, as I said, that Ministry of Finance has already launched a framework for climate financing, carbon taxonomy. That report has been launched, in which they have included these 8 sectors, and the only sector which has started working as of now is the industry sector, the power sector. There are people from refinery sitting here. They have already started working on the carbon savings, EPRs, carbon reductions. But in construction sector, we are not working. But the good point is that we have a framework from Ministry of Finance, and then also they have carbon credit trading scheme. So they have launched a trading scheme. So now it is on us, the road construction sector, on Ministry of Road Transport and NHAI, that we have this framework, we have the baselines, and we can start verifying and producing the results and giving to the Ministry of Finance that yes, this much I am reducing. So as of date, we don't have this framework.
Thank you. Next.
I have a very simple question. Is there any methodology or a set formula to calculate the carbon reduction by using any alternative technology?
Yes, sir. There are, as I said, IPCC has already given carbon emission factors for each and every material to be used. So the amount of mass you are using, you need to multiply with that emission factor, and you will get how much is your carbon either reduction or enhancement by using any material. So as of now, we are using the international emission factors, and that is what we presented in our paper, that for India, we need to have our own factors.
Yeah,
but yes, there is a equation. Yes.
Because see, as departments, we already have adopted the alternative technologies. We are using the stabilized base course system for construction. But we don't know how to exactly calculate the carbon footprint.
Sir, we once did we got data from UP, and
yeah,
in Shiksha, we did those calculations.
Yeah, we did, and we presented also, but I'm not very sure that
no,
whether we have done the right calculation or not.
So there are softwares, there are methods in which you will put that you are constructing at this temperature, this much material, this much bitumen is consuming, and that will calculate the amount of emissions you are generating. That's it.
Thank you. I think now we'll have a last question from audience. First row, please. First row.
अंबिका, IRC का भी है एक publication, वो भी बता दें.
Yes, sir.
For carbon factors,
For
we
such
have
an
IRC
evaluation
publication
of,
also.
Carbon emission by any project that we are undertaking.
Sir, I can't hear you.
Should we not have an evaluation procedure where at the time of finalizing the DPR for a particular project, we try to find out what are the alternatives of execution or construction of that particular project, and know what happens during the entire service life of the project, calculate the entire carbon contribution, not only during construction but also maintenance period, and evaluate even the EPC proposals which we get from the contractor, because he is using different type of material, different type of execution methods and machinery deployment. Should we not evaluate the project right at the time of starting it, I mean the execution that we start, and then only decide what type of things we are going to do, so that the entire state and the country will come out with a lesser carbon emission. I think this should also be considered while finalizing the tender proposals that we are accepting.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, sir. I think I presented in my presentation that, of course, you have to start from the DPR stage. And this is what I showed the format, that this is your whole road construction project. And the work starts from assessment of need. If you read my slides, it starts from the DPR stage itself, that what I'm going to construct, how it would be my design, the design life for 20 years, what materials are going to be used. Then you scope that, okay, I'm working till construction, or till maintenance. But of course, this is being considered in the paper, and we have submitted this to the government that it starts from the DPR stage, because we need a change in the contracting mechanism, and that will only happen if you start working right from the DPR stage.
I'll supplement Ambika. Today, what we are doing is we are evaluating our DPR or the project on the basis of the cost. We are not in a position, we don't have any mathematical model to convert your carbon saving into cost. Once we'll do it, that is what we are asking in the paper. Let us develop our own factors and then a conversion factor in terms of money.
So I think last question from my side. I just want to know that in case we have to achieve net carbon zero by 2070, if I look forward, what is the 5-year plan? By 30, 35, 40, what we should be achieving? Are we having that data?
So you're asking me about the road construction or the country as a whole?
No, as a country or even road construction, if you can give me.
Sir, road construction, I said we have not even started working. This is the first time a paper is being sent that yes, we need to start working on this.
So can we do as a just to make a better realization or take away to the policy maker that in case you are looking for to have a zero carbon by 70, you should be achieving so much by so much date, so much, something like this are we having? Can we develop?
Yes. So, sir, just from the analysis, when we were analyzing the whole data of road construction sectors here, we found that when we say that 90% emissions are coming from road construction in our country, out of which 57% is only from the materials. So when we start working on those materials, we can straight away have 57% reduction. So at least that is what I expect from the government, that we start working in next 5 years, at least 57% minus we can go.
Thank you. Thank you. So, gentlemen, now we'll have the last presentation. This presentation is on methodology to screen filler for optimum fatigue performance of asphalt pavement, and presentation will be made by Mohit Chaudhary. Mohit Chaudhary will be presenting?
Ankit.
Acha, sorry. So, Ankit Gupta, IIT BHU will be presenting. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, good morning, everyone. Coming from the policy level, macro level, and now I'm talking about the micro level. Okay, the smallest particle which we use in the bituminous mixtures. Okay, so considering a bituminous mixture, which is a mixture of an aggregate and a binder, and if you start segregating the aggregate, it will be coarse aggregate and fine aggregate. And even looking for the fine aggregate, there is a one portion known as a fillers. At present, the Indian specifications about the fillers says something like this, that filler is something having gradation, which is talking about 300 micron passing 100, then 150 micron 85 to 100% passing, and 75 micron 100% passing. The another property of a filler which has been talked about is the PI value. Okay, so the PI value should be something more than this. Okay, so that these are two specifications along with a specification with the binder, that is the filler to binder ratio. Okay, that is between 0.6 to 1.2 that we have taken from the MS2. So these are the three different specifications which is there for the filler which we are using right now. Now, as the sustainability aspects are coming, there are many such fine materials which is available in a waste form. Okay, so if we want to use those materials, should we totally rely on these parameters, or should we have some more parameters to just to segregate the fillers so that it can be optimally utilized for our mixtures? Now, this is also very interesting that what fillers are doing. Okay, it's a very complex thing. There are many hypotheses. Okay, we say that the binder is something which is making the coating over the aggregate. But some of the research says that it is not a binder. It is the binder mixed with the fillers, making as a mastic, that is making the coating over the aggregate. So it is not exactly the filler which is just filling the voids between the aggregates. So filler has a dual role. Some of the filler is filling the voids in the aggregates also. Some of the filler is getting mixed with the binder and then making the binder doing the role like as a coating over the aggregate and the other purposes. So there is a very complex hypothesis. It is not still very clear that what it is doing. There are dual rules for this. So for that reason, this study has been, so this study was basically a PhD study of Mohit. And it is also a joint project between India and Austria. So where we have studied some Austrian fillers also and some Indian fillers also in a bilateral kind of laboratory work. So we are just trying to focus that what are some of the methodologies to screen the fillers for fatigue performance. So we are right now focusing more onto the fatigue performance rather than on the rutting performance. As we all know, rutting is something more dependent upon the aggregate packing. But fatigue something it is more onto the binder level or to the mastic level. So we are more focusing onto the fatigue level performance with respect to the fillers. I'll not talk about how we did this because how is something into the more complex part, like we have done some rheological studies, some SCB studies. But what we have done, why we have done, and what are the outputs or what we look forward for the recommendations for the Indian codal specification. So these are three of my targets rather than specifically going into how we did it. So this is something, a very brief introduction. So what we call as a mastic is nothing but a combination of a filler along with the binder. So that is that mastic material which is being used for the coating over the aggregate. Okay. So this is one of the weakest phase of the asphalt mixture because rest of the phase is a very strong one because where the coarse and the fine aggregate is making a very good packing. But it plays a very important role even in the mixing, laying and its performance part also. It influences durability, effectively resistance to fatigue also. Sometimes some relation to a rutting also may not be a very primary reason for a rutting, but onto the middle level or some level of a importance is there. Thermal cracking, very important, and moisture damage. Now this is fillers are a very vital component of an asphalt pavements and play a very key role in the asphalt mix. Sometimes we overlook also. Okay, just using any stone dust, like, okay, taking the stone dust from the plant, we use it. But the stone is also having a different mineralogical properties that we need to understand. So we have only guidelines related with the PI and the gradation for the mastics. Now the super pave has also some kind of one more guideline, which is also we are having in our more specifications, that the filler to binder ratio should be between 0.6 to 1.2. Okay. This is also with respect to a weight of a filler. And we all are doing a volumetrics. Okay, so weight and volume are two different things. So this guideline is only related with the percent weight. Okay. So now these standard specifications, what we personally think maybe are insufficient to capture the true performance of the various type of the fillers which is available in the big Indian as a big country. So how these things are importing specifically, how these things are affecting the fatigue performance that we have tried to achieve. So we are having a totally focus on the fatigue performance. Okay. We are evaluating the relative performance of the various waste fillers which we have taken, which we will be discussing in a day. Just to try to understand what are the microscopic level properties of these fillers and then to find out what is one property or how these properties can be related with the performance of the mastics or the mixtures of the using the different fillers. So like these are the 6 different fillers. Out of these 3 are the Indian fillers in our study. I'm not telling that these other fillers are not available in the India, but again we have procured those fillers from the Austria. So the industrial waste were the 2 type. Red mud was from India, quartz was from the Austria. Marble dust we have taken from India. Limestone, again it's not like limestone is not available in India, but that was a part of our study. Granite from India and basalt from the Austria. We have taken a same type of a binder that is procured from India only, a VG30 kind of a binder. We have done some basic tests for the aggregate and the binder, all are satisfying. Now for the characterization of the filler, we have taken these 6 different properties. Just coming to this, specific gravity, we all know the importance of a specific gravity when we are talking about the volumetrics. Okay, so because this is the one property which is relating the weight of the material with the volume. Because with the help of the specific gravity, we can convert it to the volume. Particle size distribution using the hydrometer analysis we have done because it's the finer particles. One French test we have used, that is the methylene blue value test, to find out the amount of the clay particles, something like as a montmorillonite or smectite, all these kind of particles can be found out easily using the methylene blue test. It is there in the French specification, in the European specification, not present in the Indian specification. Rigdon void is a very interesting parameter. Or in the simple words, let me present the Rigdon void. So Rigdon void is like as a VMA property of a filler. So like as VMA we say is, in the aggregate skeleton, whatever be the voids are there, that is a VMA. Similarly, in the packed kind of a filler, whatever the voids are remaining, that is the Rigdon voids. Now how this will affect? Because whatever the voids which will be remaining in the packed filler, that voids are used for absorbing the bitumen, and the remaining bitumen will be used for the workability part. Okay, so like आपके फिलर के बीच में जितना voids है, उतना तो bitumen absorb कर लेगा फिलर, और उसके बाद का जो binder है, that will be actually used for the workability and the other part. So if you are having a more voids, then more particle or the more bitumen will be absorbed. Okay, so less bitumen will be available for the workability. It will make your mix as a stiff one. Okay, and it will have a brittle failure. So that is a very important parameter. We are not using much in our specifications, but it is very much used in the research part. Then there are some other, these are some microscopic level tests, like the BAT test. We have done the specific surface area just to find out the total surface area of a fine. Because we know that if the more surface area is there, the more requirement of a bitumen is there. So just with the help of the BAT test, we have done the specific surface area. And then just to understand the morphological characteristics, we have done the scanning electron microscopy. Now, these are some of the values. I'll not go into detail of these values, just trying to understand that red mud is having one of the highest specific surface area, being into the very finer kind of a thing. Specific gravity, again one of the higher part, probably the highest one, 3.22. Rigdon void, because it's a very fine, there is a lot of voids in there, interparticle voids, it has the highest amount of the Rigdon voids also. Methylene blue value has a standard value of a 10 gram per kg as a threshold value. So in all the fillers which we have explored, all are safe in terms of the amount of the clay content. So all these values are not having much sense, only the relatively higher and relatively lower is something. Otherwise, every value is less than the 10. Fineness modulus is something which is defining the fine particles. Again, some has a close correlation with the specific surface area. And then D60 and the D10 are a particle size distribution parameters, which can tell you that what is that size below which 60% or 10% of the fillers are there. And then finally, a filler grain coefficient. Now, the testing which we have done is, we have done the two type of testings. One on the mastics, we have prepared the filler and a binder as a mixture and made a mastic and done some rheological testing. Okay, and in the rheological testing, the normal plate geometry of the DSR cannot be used because this is a very stiff kind of a mixture. So we have used some hyperbolic geometry that has been developed by our Austrian counterpart. So that hyperbolic geometry we have used. I'm not going in the DSR kind of a part. But how we have made the filler binder, this is the volume kind of a approach we have taken. We have taken 10% filler, 20% filler and 30% filler in terms of a volume of the binder. And because it's a fatigue test, we have done on the intermediate temperatures. 3 intermediate temperatures have been considered, 5, 15 and 25 degrees centigrade. Because it's a fatigue test, so we need to do a long-term aging. So long-term aging was done by a USET protocol. Okay, first the short-term aging was done and then the long-term aging was done. The linear amplitude sweep was done with the frequency sweep at a strain rate of 0.1%, then the frequencies are varied, and similarly amplitude just to do the LS. And then we use the pseudo-strain energy approach. I'm not going in this particular part. Then again, because maybe mastic test may not be directly accepted by our community, we have tried to do it on the mixture level also. So the mixture was also being made. Now in the mixture, we cannot add the volume of a filler. So then as per the Indian specifications, because we can only use 2 to 8% of the filler, we have chosen 3%, 5% and 7% of the same type of a filler. And then one parameter for the fatigue, that is the strain energy, that is the JC from the SCB test has been considered. So this is, and then the SCB was, because we have to create a notch at the semicircular bendings at the bottom part. So the two depth notches were considered, two depth of the notches. One is 1.5 centimeter and one is the 3 centimeter, so that there is a predefined cracking at the bottom point. Okay. So I'll not go in the part of this thing, but probably this is something interesting. On the mastic part, when we have done the ranking of the fatigue with the different fillers, what we could see is that there are some variations which is coming. Okay, so like one of the kind of a filler like a marble dust, it is performing good at 5 degrees centigrade at 10% level. Okay, this remains same, the top and the bottom, but the rest of these fillers are not showing a similar kind of a variation. Okay, so again, this is with respect to that every filler with the different properties are not showing the same kind of a variation. Okay, these are some of the values which you have already seen. One of the parameters, because these values are not consistent, these rankings are not consistent with the type of the fillers. We have tried to make a new parameter from the already existing values, which will give us a better performance or a consistent ranking performance. Okay, so that we have tried, we have basically given this name as a FSR parameter, which is nothing but a combination of a fineness modulus, specific surface area, and the Rigdon voids. With the fineness modulus at the numerator, and at the denominator, it is the specific surface area and the Rigdon void. And based on these values, what we have tried, or we have showed, that we are getting a consistent ranking results for the fillers, for the different type of a fillers. And these consistent ranking of the fatigue of the mastics are being validated on the mixtures, so that we can say that whatever the results being given in the mastic is similar what we have got in the mixtures also. So now with the help of those mixtures, we can see that we have almost a similar kind of a trend which is being followed, where the red mud is showing some is the worst kind of a performance. The marble dust, limestone, these are showing some superior kind of a performance. Okay. Again, with the respect of the mixtures level results, we are again seeing that the marble dust is performing better because it's of a higher JC function or the higher strain energy function, and the other values like as a red mud or the limestone, these are showing as a lower value. So finally, what we want to say is, or what is the output of this study, that probably there are some other properties rather than just a PI value or just a gradation. These are affecting the filler performance. Okay, and we have seen that with the various type of the fillers, that these properties affect the performance of the mastic and even the mixtures also. So probably it's a time that we can think upon adding some more parameters. Again, this is a very limited lab study. It can be extended well, it can be thought well, it can be discussed well, so that if you want to use some other materials, because if you want to use some waste materials with the old specifications, it can be a blunder. Okay, so if you want to use some new materials, probably we have to be better sure about some specifications also, we have to revise some specifications also. So that is one thing, because if you want to go for a waste material, it is not something that just dump the waste materials into the asphalt mixture and then expect some superior performance. So that is what we are basically trying to say. I am not going in the every word of a conclusion. So there, and it is not only in India that these are the 3 parameters. In the world, there are some other parameters have also been added in the filler specification. One of the review paper of the various international standards has already been published almost 2 to 3 years back in the Indian highways, where we have compared almost 19 to 20 countries, only filler specifications, which has also been a result of this study only. So these are some of the possible suggestions for the amendments. I will not go read everything, but there are many countries which have slightly better or more parameters for the filler specification in their standards, which we can again think of. I am not saying that whatever the parameters which we have developed should be a part of it. It can be a part of the future discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now we'll request audience to, at least we can take 3 questions.
So sir, you have left your presentation open-ended again. You see, because what I expect from the academia is that you should make a specific recommendation that which type of filler should be used. Because we are in a dilemma always, whether the stone dust or the marble dust or the limestone, because you try to understand the dilemma of the field engineer, that which type of filler he should use. Because the cost implication is there in the mixes.
Sir, definitely. Means I do not want to make it as a very fixed thing. Like for example, my result shows the marble dust is one of the best performing fillers. But again, if I have to use the marble dust in the Tamil Nadu, probably I'll not be getting the marble dust. So my idea was not to tell about that marble dust is the best performing filler, so use the marble dust every part of a country. My idea was to give some parameters on which we can evaluate whatever the fillers which is available. So maybe in your vicinity also you are having 2 or 3 different type of waste products or fillers available. Out of those 2-3 fillers, which of the fillers you can choose, that parameters we are giving.
No, suppose you take the case of UP.
Yeah.
In UP, all 3 are available.
Yeah.
At different cost, of course.
Yeah.
And all 3, they satisfy the requirements also, codal requirements.
Yeah.
Then which filler should be used by an engineer?
So
Because
in the
normally we have the item rate contracts. In item rate contracts, we have to put the cost of the filler there. So suppose we put the cost of the marble dust, then we have to get only marble dust used.
Yeah.
If we put the stone dust, then the contractor will.
So again, sir, if you took at the western part probably, which is more near to the Rajasthan, we can take a marble dust. If we are talking about something in the Bundelkhand side where we have the granite, Kabrai and all those quarries, so then granite can also be considered as a good performing filler. Again, something means it is totally upon the location where they are getting. So again, if we have to incur more cost in the traveling part, that can also be considered. So again, with respect to the performance, we can come to an optimization that up to what distance we are going, just for increment. So this is just an idea. Yeah.
We can have a next question now.
Yeah, Professor Ankit, good presentation. I have one clarification. Can you give us something your thought of it? If at all you want to adopt this for the name, low volume rural roads. So what is your thought process on it?
So low volume roads, actually we are not designing the mixtures. Okay, so whatever the OGPC seal coat we are using.
Yeah, I mean to say that, today, if you see, most of the people are going for a fashionable FDR, where we are trying to go for a BC 30 mm or 40 mm. In that context, I'm just asking.
So the same kind of a thing, because BC is also a designed mixture. So whatever the means limited results which we have produced can be applied for the BC. It is totally maybe for the BC or maybe for the DBM. And this becomes very important for the mixtures like SMA where you have a higher filler content, 8 to 12%. So that becomes a very important kind of a thing because here the amount of the filler is one of the highest in any kind of a mixture. So SMA becomes a very important thing.
So now we can have last question. Anyone?
Sir,
I
have a query. Sir, you have actually given a parameter which is FSR, ratio of FM upon SSA and times RV. I mean, sir, when we perform research, like as research scholars, many a times we also develop some kind of parameters, but we are asked that what is its physical significance? Like, because how to understand it physically. So may you shed some light upon this parameter?
Yeah, definitely. So if you look at that parameter, it is basically means it is directly have a correlation with the fineness modulus. So higher the fineness modulus, you will get the higher the FSR value. But it is having an inverse correlation with the specific surface area. So if you have a more surface area, your FSR value will be less. Okay, and more surface area actually we are not looking for because it will require a higher binder content. Okay, so that has a very inverse relationship. So that how you can understand this parameter's final significance also. Similarly, the Rigdon voids is also a part of this. So Rigdon voids, if you are having a higher amount of a voids, it requires more binder content. So these are the two parameters which we actually want on a lower side. So that is why it is there on the. So more void content, more area requires more binder, making it more stiff. Okay, because most of the binder will be absorbed by the filler. Remaining is the binder left for the workability and the other thing. So then it will make a stiff mix and the brittle kind of a mix.
Sir, relating to
Thank
that,
you.
Sir, relating to that, my question is that filler binder ratio plays a vital role. And what you just explained, I appreciate it. But you have mentioned this range is from 0.6 to 1.2, which looks quite wide. Have you customized it further for our Indian climatic use?
So sir, actually our work was not, because this 0.6 to 1.2 has been taken from the MS2, the Asphalt Institute manual. Okay, and this ratio is based on the weight. Okay, so weight with respect weight of the binder. So this is the weight ratio. Actually, we are more looking into some more into the research point of view and more detail, because we are all talking about the volumetrics. Okay, it's the mixture design or the bituminous mixture design, Marshall mixture, is a volumetrics exercise. It is not a by weight exercise.
Still, because that range is quite 0.6 to 1.2, so 100% variation. That is why
Yeah, so range, sir, actually, why this range is been there is, we have the two different modes of failure, fatigue and rutting. And we all know that if you make the mixture as a stiff mixture, it will perform good in rutting, but weak in fatigue. If you want to perform good in fatigue, you want to have some kind of a more binder, but then it will be, means it will not perform good in rutting, but probably it will perform better in fatigue. So it again depends upon your project also, where you can think upon that you have to go for a lower F by B ratio or a higher F by. So that is left upon the engineers, that because they know their project well, that rutting is their priority or the fatigue is their priority. So that is something that range has been given a big variation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much I am happy there is a lot of interest of audience on the question. We have a few more questions, but we have given to the author. I think they will be sharing with the delegates. So I'll now request my co-chairman, Dr. Abhay, to summarize all the presentation. Dr. Abhay.
Good morning, friends. So this is the purpose of, IRC conventions and conferences, where there is a confluence of practicing engineers, academia, industry, and we share the knowledge, we discuss, we debate. And we could see, this particular debate and discussion very live over here, and that will further. There is no one-stop solution. We have to arrive the solution. The solution we had yesterday may not be working today. So we had 4 papers. Paper number 740, that is structural monitoring of Amarmal by Patil Saab, and then he has shown a live case study where the sensors were installed, and then we could monitor the performance of the structure. And this is very critical, because we are designing the life of the structures from 100 years to 120 years. So thanks Mr. Kishore Patil for giving the live study, case study. And then we foresee that almost all the structures, the new structures, will be instrumented and monitored for their performance. The second paper was the comparative study on finite element analysis of pavements for foam bitumen treated base. And nowadays, to increase the performance of the flexible pavements, we need to enhance the property on the performance of the base and the sub base. Ms. Somita Roy has presented a good presentation on, how we can use the foam bitumen to enhance the performance of the base and the sub base, and hence the performance of the total structure, means road structure at all. And then they have done the good finite element study using Plexus software. So my compliments to them. Then the third paper, it is a very critical paper, that decarbonizing the road construction, the paving the way for sustainable future, by Shri R.K. Pandeyji and Ambika Bahal. This is the very critical, because we are envisaging for net zero 2070, and then they have given some framework for this net zero. So they have said that, if you use the RAP, then we can use, reduce the 60% of the carbon to be being emanated, or maybe embodied carbon, or the performance carbon. So that is a very good paper there, that even though just by using RAP, we can reduce around 57% to the carbon footprint. And we know that when there is a problem in the road, or the road is not in good condition, the speed reduces, and sometimes, we see the completely red tail lights all over in the night. So, and then lot of emission from the vehicular emission. So we need to have our roads in the good condition. And in the same league, Professor Ankit Gupta from IIT BHU has given a good study. That is, the paper is methodology to screen fillers for optimum fatigue performance. And again, it is a trade-off, whether you have got rutting performance or fatigue performance. So we have to, when suppose we try to increase the fatigue performance, the rutting performance diminishes. So he has given very good studies, and he said that a lot of studies they have done. And then for a particular case, they have shown if you use the marble dust of 5%, we get the good fatigue performance. And lot many studies needs to be done, and then the studies will be ever continuous study, and then this type of confluences will be again disseminating the knowledge from the laboratories, labs to the industry, and everybody will benefit it. Thank you, and my compliments to all the 4 papers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you on behalf of myself and co-chairman and from the presenter side. I thanks audience for taking interest in the presentation. And if there's any further question, they can share with the presenter during tea time. Thank you very much. Hand over to host.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all the presenters for your insightful paper presentation published in the IRC journal. The session has now concluded successfully, and we truly appreciate the valuable knowledge you have shared with all of us. And now may I kindly request Sri R.K. Dhiman, chair of the session, to kindly present the memento. Sir, you need to come forward. Starting with Sri Kishore P. Patil, Superintending Engineer, PWD Maharashtra. We can give a round of applause. Everybody, please. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with all of us. Thank you. Next, Ms. Soumita Roy. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. Dr. Siksha Swarupa. Dr. Siksha Swarupakar. Dr. P.S. Prasad from CRRI. Can we please have the mementos? Dr. P.S. Prasad, CRRI. Sri R.K. Pandey, former member, NHAI. Dr. Ambika Bahal, Senior Principal Scientist, IIT Roorkee. CRRI, okay. And lastly, we are having Professor Ankit Gupta, IIT BHU. And now may I kindly request Sri Manoranjan Mishra, Engineer-in-Chief Retired, Works Department, Odisha, to kindly come to the dais to felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. Sri Manoranjan Mishra. May I kindly request
our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly come forward. We were having Sri R.K. Dhiman as our chair of the session and Dr. Abhay Bambole as the co-chair of the session. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and thank you so much for your valuable time. Can we all give them a round of applause, everybody? And with this, let's make a memory. May I please request all the presenters to kindly come forward along with our chairperson and co-chairperson. Let's take a group photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all the presenters, our chairperson, co-chairperson. Thank you so much, everybody. This is the end of this session, and we are going to resume the next session after 15 minutes. Go grab a tea or coffee. Enjoy your time. We are going to resume the next session after 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello. 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 Hello.
check, check, check. Check, check. ठीक, check. Check, 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 check.
Check. Hello, check. All right, everyone. Once again, I welcome you all to Hall 2. And we are about to start the technical session 9. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody had their cup of tea or coffee. Everybody had? All okay? Shall we start? Yes, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the technical session 9 for innovative, sustainable, and cost-effective construction technologies success stories. And the session will be chaired by Sri Alok Pandey, Director, Indian Academy for Highway Engineers. And I request him to kindly join us on the dais. And the session will be co-chaired by Sri Manoranjan Mishra, Engineer-in-Chief, Retired Works Department, Odisha. May I kindly request our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly join us on the dais. And to welcome them, now may I kindly request Engineer Pragya Purnimasi, Executive Engineer, Works Department, Odisha, to kindly come to the dais and welcome them with a flower bouquet. So ladies and gentlemen, we can all clap for our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. Please. We welcome you, sir, and hope to have a great session with you. Thank you so much. And now it's time to invite all the presenters of the session to the dais, starting with Sri Bhanoj Doku, Vice President, Cube Highways and Transportation Assets Advisors Private Limited. Engineer K. Hemlatha, Divisional Engineer, Road Safety, HRS. Colonel Somendra Banerjee, Veteran Vice President Commercial, Messrs. GeoQuest. Shri M.M. Swami, Chief Engineer, and Dr. Vishal Thombare, Deputy Chief Engineer, Roads, BMC. And lastly, we are having Engineer Satyajit Dalai, Additional Chief Engineer. So may I kindly request all the presenters to kindly join us on the dais. And now may I kindly request Sri Alok Pandey, sir, to kindly start the session with his opening remarks. Please, sir.
Five presentations regarding innovative, sustainable, and cost-effective construction technologies. First will be on performance experience of fiber-reinforced microsurfacing as a preventive maintenance technique. It will be a case study and will be presented by Cube Highways. Basically, Cube Highways are taking national highways on TOT basis. And they are experimenting maintenance technology a lot. So we'll get a lot of things from this new study. So I will request Sri Bhanoj Dokuji to present. Time allotted is 12 minutes.
Am I audible? Yeah, perfect. Good morning to the chairs, as well as the audience, and to my fellow presenters. So today, we'll be talking on our performance experience of using microsurfacing. So the agenda of this talk, as Chair suggested, we'll try to finish it off in 12 minutes. So where briefly I will be touching about what exactly this fiber reinforced microsurfacing is, and then where can we apply this, and then in terms of our experience, so about 13 stretches across the country, wherever we have used microsurfacing, what is the performance that we have observed, be it in roughness, rutting, cracking, as well as from our experience, so what are the suitable locations where microsurfacing can be used as a preventive maintenance technique. So this will be my agenda. So just to set the context, because what exactly is fiber reinforced microsurfacing? We all know what is microsurfacing. So this is kind of a slurry seal where we have emulsion mixed with fine aggregate. What do we do in this additionally? So we will be also adding glass fibers. So now the recipe is going to be prepared with glass fibers, emulsion, water, few additives based on the setting time requirement, and then cement and the fine aggregate. So especially an asset management company like Cube Highways, so where we want to leave the traffic to leave the traffic early during our maintenance techniques. This is one good technology because within 1 hour we can open the road for traffic. But however, it comes up with its own challenges, which we will discuss in the next of my slides. So where can be applied? So whatever I'm talking till now is like there in books, everyone can study, it is there in our IRC standards as well as in everything. So where exactly this microsurfacing can be applied? This is a simple thing which people say, it's a preventive maintenance technique. So like you should apply when the pavement is structurally sound or there are no distresses. Like this is what we find in any books. So is it really true that it can be applied on any pavement irrespective of the conditions when it has structural capacity or not? We will cover in our next slides. So as part of my presentation, I will be utilizing data from these 13 stretches, which started from all the way from 2018 to 2024, so that we have a complete life cycle of microsurfacing. So one can appreciate how it is kind of performing in last 5 years without doing any maintenance. So whatever we are talking about is going to be pure microsurfacing, no overlays on top of it. Whatever we have observed in last 5 years will also be touched upon from the first 3 projects. And then remaining projects will also be utilized for comparative purpose. So if you look at this table carefully, so this, as I told, one is it started from 2018 all the way up to 2024. If you notice the temperatures ranges, so whatever we have presented is maximum temperature at that location. So it is also varying all the way from 35 degrees all the way up to 50 degrees. And if you look at truck loading, like started from like a normal, like let's say 5 VDF all the way up to 20 VDF, how it is performing. And even the volume in terms of ADT is also like varying from low to high. And underlying conditions, somewhere there are more cracks, somewhere there is minor rutting, so that is also kind of varying. So once we have this kind of data, we can kind of clearly, with little bit confidence, we can say how it is going to perform under different conditions. Now if you look at roughness performance, one careful observation that one should make here is, like after microsurfacing, roughness has gone up, it's not gone down. So why is it happening is a technical thing. So it's not like it's bad that roughness is higher than what was earlier, because if you look at the first 5 projects, where my initial roughness before doing this periodic maintenance or major maintenance, my roughness is about 1500 to 1800 or 2000. So when I put microsurfacing on top of it, my roughness went up, because that's the nature of microsurfacing, because the texture that you get will end up giving that kind of an initial rough surface. Whereas if you look at the road which has very high roughness, like that is P6, where my roughness, average roughness was more than 2500, there is a drop. So which means from here, one thing that is coming out is like, if you have a good road where the roughness is on the lower side, do not expect microsurfacing to give a performance where it will improve roughness a lot. But if you have a road where roughness is higher, this is for sure going to help. Now if you move to progression, like that is a single data point, before and after. Now if you look at what happened last 5 years on the stretches. So again, as I told, without any maintenance, whatever data that we collect using network survey vehicle, that is what is being presented here. So if you look at here carefully, so like April 2018 is pre-overlay. After overlay, as we have seen in the previous graph, the roughness has gone up and then it started going down and then stabilize, because whatever aggregates which are protruded outside are kind of getting settled into the bed, or it's kind of moving out, then it is getting stabilized. Once it starts stabilizing, which means it is coming below 2000 or 1800, again it started going up, which happens in any payment, right? Because payment deteriorates with time. So that's, it's like everyone understands that. So same thing has been observed in both the projects where we have like data for 5 years. This is complete life cycle. After this 2023, we did overlay on top of it. So before that, whatever data is there, this is what it is. Now if you move to rutting, does microsurfacing help in rutting? My answer would be yes, and as well as no. If rutting is very high, obviously this will not be able to do anything, because that's, we need to do something else. But let's say if rutting is marginal, around 10 mm or something, this will for sure improve. How does it improve? Because when we put microsurfacing, this will obviously fill the grooves that are kind of created, which we call it as rutting. So the same thing can be observed here. In all the projects, the rutting has been dropped. Now, we wanted to, like out of curiosity, being an engineer, so we want to be a little bit more analytical. So we wanted to check, is it by chance or is it statistically can be proven? So we did a Z test considering about 212 observations. So you can clearly see the Z is way higher than Z critical, which clearly showcases this is not by chance. microsurfacing has its own effect in improving the rutting. But how is it performing in the life cycle? So if you look at the life cycle, so it clearly shows it went down, and as any payment, it started going up. So it's not like it will for sure mitigate the rutting in all the instances, but it goes down and then it started going up. So this is what the rutting data shows. Now if you move to crack performance, because I used a fancy term like we have added glass fibers, which is not there in our specification. So like what exactly is glass fibers are doing about? So we wanted to understand what is its crack resistance, because what this glass fibers does is like it creates a network and ensures the crack propagation do not happen. So if you look at this is the data which shows before microsurfacing and after microsurfacing. It is clearly understood, like when I put some layer on top of cracks, obviously my cracks are going to go down, but however, it is not has become zero. So which means whatever minor cracks which we have left before doing microsurfacing has shown kind of has come up. But however, those are very few. Now how is it, and the same like as I told earlier, we did again statistical test using t-test because the sample size is lesser than 30. So it clearly again showcases that microsurfacing has its own role in improving the crack resistance. But how does it perform over time? So if you look at one careful observation, if you have noticed, the inner lane, after almost like 3-4 years, the crack percentage is about 20%. So this can be compared with the pre-overlay condition, because the condition is almost same. So earlier it was 50%, same time after doing periodic maintenance after 4 years. So here also after doing microsurfacing after 4 years, the crack propagation is about 20%. So even though initially it is very high, but because of the network or the kind of an tailor-made emulsion that we use, it has played its own role in mitigating the crack going way higher. So this is what the crack observation shows about. Now like we understood about like roughness, rutting as well as cracking. What are we eventually coming at? So in everywhere we understood like roughness, okay, in some cases it will improve, rutting it will improve for sure, for cracking it will improve for sure. But can this be applied everywhere? So if you look at what we did recently is like we started seeing distresses in the recent times. So when we looked at why is it happening? So if you carefully look at this graph, so on on y-axis we have maximum temperature of that location, on x-axis we have VDF. So to identify the optimum locations where we can apply this microsurfacing, it clearly showcases when you have way higher VDF, which means superly heavy loaded trucks, and then at the same time if temperatures are higher, so it tends to show failure. So like this dark green represents good condition and dark red represents poor condition. So it clearly showcases that there is some kind of a problem. So which means, I mean, based on our experience, based on the current standards, because the softening point of emulsion is also about 60 degrees or 55 to 60 degrees, there is a challenge with respect to using microsurfacing at locations where temperatures are very high and loads are very high. So I mean, since all the research fraternity as well as whole highway community is here, maybe we should do that research to identify can we improve our emulsions better, so that this can be a foolproof solution all across the conditions that we have in the country. So overall my conclusions are like as I showed, if you have a road with initial roughness very low, it becomes very challenge where you do not expect roughness improvement, that will not happen. If your roughness is higher, that will for sure improve the roughness. Now coming to rutting as well as cracking, even the statistical data has clearly showcased that microsurfacing has a role to play in improving both the things. But when it comes to locations where we can execute based on our experience again, so I would suggest we should concentrate on moderate traffic as well as high temperature, it is fine, or moderate temperature, high traffic is also fine, or better, both moderate will be the better solution or the ideal candidate where we can do microsurfacing based on the current situations. Thank you. That's my talk.
From any side, 3-4 questions can be asked.
Sorry, sir? Fiber specifications. So I can give you the details separately because it is not there in my presentation currently. It is glass. Fatigue behavior, so the thing is like we did just like frost breaking point, we cast a beam and then we try to bend it to see what is it's like how much bending it can take or how much, tensile push it can take before getting cracked. So what we have seen is
Can
with
you give
0.3
him a mic, please?
So what we have seen is with 0.3% glass fibers, the kind of an improvement in performances is better. So that's what. No, that we have not shown in here, sir. I can connect you separately and show it to you. There is someone.
More question from Ramachandran ji.
Hello.
Initial roughness is higher than permissible. How to accept this overlay? If you are saying that initially it will increase if low roughness is there, so then how to accept authorities? It should be in acceptable range, na? As per IRC.
Sir, so like whatever I have shown, maybe I'll go to the graph, maybe that will, so if you look at this graph, so whatever roughness that we are talking about is in the range of 1500 to 2500, not very high. Let's say if you look at the concession agreements that we have, the old concessions, it says the roughness limit is about 3000. So if it crosses more than 3000, which means there is some gross failure that is there. In those situations, microsurfacing will not work. We need to rectify it.
Hello. I have a question.
Excuse me. So,
Let this question complete. He is saying that it will be within reasonable limits. Allowed, whatever allowed in IRC for specification, it will remain within that. Okay.
Yes.
Then one point they are asking,
yes,
rutting depth in P5 is greater than 5 mm, reduced to 3 mm. Can you specify after how many years are PCU uses? This will happen.
Sir, so is the question like this drop from 5 mm to 3 mm is after how many years or?
How many times or how many passages of vehicles?
So this is directly coming from network survey vehicle. So when we run that network survey vehicle, before doing periodic maintenance, the rut depth, average depth is 5 mm. After doing periodic maintenance with microsurfacing, the rut depth dropped to 3 mm. So it is measured using network survey vehicle.
No, but will it take some time or immediately after laying it will happen?
Sir, 3 mm is like, so 3 mm to that happens. So like this data what we are showing is like you can say about 3-4 months after laying.
3-4 months.
Yeah. So
have you made this study on with overloaded vehicles?
Sir, so that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say if you look at these projects can be compared with respect to the loading characteristics that are associated with this project and we can study. That's not a problem. But as you rightly pointed out, where the overloading is higher, it tends to show higher rutting. That is there. Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes.
See, about the VDF part you were discussing, P1 to P15, 16, all those points. See, VDF is a factor, it controls. For VDF actually, why do we consider VDF? For the MSA part of the road. So how microsurfacing, your layer thickness, what is the layer thickness?
Layer thickness about 6 to 9 mm. So this
6
is type
mm.
3. Oh, yes.
So how that 6 mm is, and VDF actually it controls the entire crust. So only the top 6 mm, how it behaves under VDF, why should we go for it at all?
Yes, sir.
Unless the crust is ready for accepting that much of VDF, why should we go for it?
Absolutely, very good question, sir. So the whole point of presenting this VDF here is like we want to showcase, because recently when we executed some projects in Rajasthan, northern part especially, so we have seen some kind of an issues in microsurfacing. Like it is meeting all the quality control parameters, everything is good. But however, there are some challenges with respect to the distresses. So when we try to correlate that, what we noticed is like it is happening only at location where there is overloading and heavy high temperature. Now to quantify, to put that a parameter of overloading, I have used VDF, because if VDF is higher, which means it is showcasing that that project has overloading. So that is how we just wanted to create a data point.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question
Yeah.
on rotting, sir.
Uh-huh.
Just tell me, how does the fiber reinforced microsurfacing lead to improvements in rotting performance comparison to regular one?
Regular?
Regular microsurfacing.
See, hardly I would say there won't be any change. Even if it is there, it will be marginal because like at the end of the day, what we are talking about is like there is a rut ball like this. When we do a microsurfacing, be it with fiber or without fiber, we are filling this rut ball. So automatically, whatever that rutting reduction that is happening, it will be almost same in both the cases. Okay. Only fiber plays a role in crack propagation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I have two questions to you. Does that microsurfacing as an overlay or a rehabilitated section? You have done it an overlay. You said 3 mm is the thickness.
6 to 9 mm.
6 to 9 mm.
Yeah, type 3 microsurface.
So while doing a performance evaluation of this, is it you are concentrated only on functional evaluation or a structural evaluation?
So it is only functional. Whatever
Only
option,
functional
yes, only
evaluation.
functional.
In that is the case, you are showing in one of the table that remaining service life is H. Okay. Is that remaining service life with respect to the rutting or a roughness or the life, or what exactly that H means?
Sir, so, okay, so it is not showing here, so it is in front of me. What that table depicts is like when we say H, remaining life when we calculate, there are only two parameters, either rutting or cracking. So usually whatever remaining life that I have presented is from cracking because that's the, usually we'll get the lower. So when we say H, we are talking about condition to show.
No, I understood that. My question is today, did you make any quantified analysis of that, saying that this much of traffic, beyond this much of roughness, it will not work, or these things?
So actually a good question for and suggestion for future also. So in this, if you have seen that last graph,
yeah, understood.
I mean, if I make tell sir, so if you have seen the last graph, that's what we are trying to communicate. Let's say if overloading is high, be cautious in terms of using microsurfacing. This is what we want to communicate, which is again comes to remind. Yeah.
Understood. The second thing is
I will request anything. Actually, let the session go on. All the questions, balanced questions, can get taken up.
Thank you. Thank
with
you,
the
sir.
speaker himself, one to one.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Now we will switch to next presentation by Engineer K. Hemlatha, Divisional Engineer Road Safety, Tamil Nadu State Department. She will be presenting a case study analysis of road accident data in Vellipuram and Tiruvannamalai district. Okay. Time allotted 12 minutes.
Vanakkam. Good morning to one and all. I thank my director, Highways Research Station, and also the IRC committee for giving an opportunity to present a paper here. I am Hemlatha, Divisional Engineer, working for Highways Department for Government of Tamil Nadu, and my co-presenter is Anand Muthusamy. He is Assistant Chief Engineer, Road Safety, working in Highways Department for Government of Tamil Nadu. My topic is envisioning zero fatalities and accidents, a case study analysis of road accident data in Viluppuram and Tiruvannamalai district, where accidents are higher. This is my presentation outline, which includes need for the study, objective of the study, and case studies and inferences. So World Bank says that with 1% of the world's vehicles, India accounts for almost 10% of all crash-related deaths. And also, government data ensures that 1.5 lakhs people died due to road accident, and also 4.5 lakh people injured due to road accident every year. And it is very alarming that 50% of the victims are pedestrian, cyclists, and motorcyclists. In India, dailies also highlighted that India continues to be top in road accident fatalities globally in the year 2023, and even in 2025 also India ranks in one of the top countries. World Health Organization also expressed its concern and set the Sustainable Development Goal target to reduce the road accidents at least 50% by 2030 And here also my presentation time has been reduced to 12 minutes. Earlier they said it's 20 minutes. I tried to complete it. Coming back to the coming back to the national report, the MODS has published a report on road safety and accident overview in India 2023. The report provides a comprehensive overview of road accidents in India and covers accident trends, road types, vehicle categories, and regional distribution. The data has been sourced from the police department. I like to highlight some of the facts from the report. The total accidents as per the report is in the year 2023 is 4,80,000. You just imagine 1.72 lakh people are killed during the road accident. And 4.62 lakhs people are injured due to fatalities. I like to also say that 66% of the victims are between the age 18 to 45. It is upcoming, that age is the prime age, but we are losing around 66%. This chart also clearly shows the accident are not getting reduced, it is increasing. Even in 2025 also, it is increasing. The MODS has classified the roads as national highways, state highways, and other roads. Actually, this is based on the EDAR, and other roads it includes village road, ODRs, and also MDRs. And this national highways has recorded highest number of accidents, around 1.5 lakhs, and 57,000 fatal accidents and 63,000 fatalities. In such, it is 1 lakh accidents and 36,000, around 36,000 fatal accidents and 39,000 fatalities. So national highways and state highways alone constitutes around 59% of fatal accidents. We have to think about more than 50% the fatal accidents are occurring only in national highways and state highways. From this chart, it is very clear that Tamil Nadu is in the top, following the Uttar Pradesh. And in 2023, the total number of fatal accidents is 12,000 in Tamil Nadu, but now also it tops, and it is around 15,000. So it is a very critical thing, we have to think about it. It is a time to find out some solutions for this. And this is the data which I got it from the EDAR. This is for Tamil Nadu, I have taken for the year 2025. So I started analyzing the Tamil Nadu accident data. It is visible from the chart that the accidents are not getting delayed, so getting reduced, and it is around 15,825 for this year, the fatal accidents. This data has been taken up to November 2025. This is also based on the classification for Tamil Nadu. In national highways, you can see it is recorded as 4,590 fatalities. For SH, it is 4,163 accidents. The intensity per, see, in this slide, you can see that national highways and state highways contribute a lot of accidents. In this slide, in Tamil Nadu, we have got 6,805 kilometers of national highways, and that 4,590 fatalities has been recorded, whereas 4,163 accidents have been recorded in 12,625 kilometer length of state highways in Tamil Nadu. The intensity per kilometer is 2.5 in NH, and it is 1.46 for SH, and 0.4 for other roads. So we have to focus that NH contributes highest intensity of accidents. Why this study? World Bank says one accident will create a loss of about ₹1 crore. Investing in development of infrastructure to lose in the GDP of the country necessitated to reduce the accidents. After all, human life values much more, and it values high more than anything. As a case study, I have taken Thiruvannamalai and Viluppuram district, where I belongs to, and also it ranks in one of in top districts within the Tamil Nadu. Have collected the data from the EDAR again. This is a table which is showing that top 15 districts within the Tamil Nadu, which is increasing in the number of accidents compared to the last year. So let us now take a look at the increasing accident statistics for the top 15 districts across Tamil Nadu, comparing data from 2024 and 2025 up to a month of September 2025. It is clearly shown that Viluppuram and Thiruvannamalai district comes in top 5. You can see there it's in Thiruvannamalai it is 1720, whereas in the last year it is 1510. In Viluppuram it is 2290, and in last year it was 2031. So similarly, the increasing fatalities, Viluppuram ranks 6th with a 10.34% increase with respect to previous year, and Thiruvannamalai ranks 11th with 0.9% increase with respect to the last year. Even though the Thiruvannamalai district has gone to the 11th place, you can see the number of accidents occurring in the Thiruvannamalai district. It is 545. That is the highest number when compared to the first top district, that is Vellore. In Vellore, 278 accidents are happening, whereas in Thiruvannamalai it is 545. Even though the increase is less than 1%. Here we go in detail. I have just taken the data only for Viluppuram and Thiruvannamalai. In Viluppuram, we have got national highways. In that, we have observed 230 fatalities, fatalities have been observed. In Viluppuram district, there are, in Viluppuram, 230 fatal accidents, and in Thiruvannamalai, 129 accidents. In Viluppuram, NH and SH alone has contributed 42% of accidents, and in Thiruvannamalai, the national highways and state highways have contributed 58%. It's almost 50% of the accidents are occurring only in national highways and state highways. I think this is the right time to concentrate on the national highways and state highways, and we have to find a solution for that. In Viluppuram district, these are the critical corridors. In the critical corridors, national highways alone is coming. And if you see the different types of crashes and the accidents, we can see head-on collision, rear-end collision, side-end, but whereas dangerous driving alone has created a number of accidents, has increased in accidents. And if you see the reasons, it's a rash drive, mostly rash drive and speeding. In Thiruvannamalai district, again 2 NH corridors are coming as a critical corridor and 2 state highways. Here also, again the dangerous driving is an alarming scenario. So this is to just have a feel of the road and the black spots. I have taken a picture of this. And this is the bridge, and you can see there at the end of the bridge one bypass is coming and connecting, and there is no proper signages. This is an accident spot, and almost every week we used to get a report of accidents. And here also, even though it is a straight road, there is unauthorized access to the road where two-wheelers are coming and hitting these vehicles coming from the speed corridors. And here the second picture is a petrol bunk. There is no proper access to the road. There is no safety for them, for the road users and the vehicles. And this is also one more thing where the road is straight, but still unauthorized parking is there. This is one of the black spots in the Viluppuram district. This is the scenario, the present scenario of SH4 Arcade to Viluppuram. This is the main town, Senji. Historical fort is there. It is kind of a tourist place. You can see the behavior of the road users, and unauthorized parking is there. There is no junction improvement, no road safety signs, caution boards, etc. And it is self-explanatory actually.
Please complete fast.
Yes, yes. I thought of showing the extracts of the EDAR, how they are finding accident data being filled by the transport department and police department and highways department. I've just taken just 5 cases to show you. See, in the accident in the serial number 1, the accident, it is a fatal accident. If you see, it is because vehicle to vehicle head-on collision, but the police has recorded it is a negligence, rash driving. It is they have filed a case under section 106. But in the inference, they have told that no helmet. Traveling without helmet is a violation as per the Motor Vehicles Act, but it is not entered in the EDA. So this kind of discrepancies are there in the EDA. So we should refine it. These are some of the reasons why the accidents are happening in the Viluppuram and Tirunelveli. Untreated, it's all a known thing. Untreated median opening, inadequate illumination, damaged crash barriers, inappropriate termination of crash barriers. But whatever it is, even though it is listed here, these reasons have not been listed in the EDAR. They are simply saying it's a negligence, rash drive, drink and drive, like that. So these are the observations from the case study. Road geometry has not been reported as a reason for accidents. No CCTVs have been installed. More number of accidents occurring only between 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Most of the victims are two-wheelers, that is more than 40%. And accidents are occurring only on Sundays and Mondays, that too at the evening times. And main reason is overspeeding, drunk and drive. Comparatively, most of the accidents occurs in rural areas due to encroachments and behavior of the road users as showed in the video, mainly because it connects Pondicherry. Our Viluppuram is very close to the Pondicherry state. It's because the state where liquor sales tops the state GDP. The pilgrim vehicle movements to Tiruvannamalai from various parts of the country during auspicious years. These are the main reasons why in Viluppuram and Tiruvannamalai it is increasing. So these are the interventions I have listed out based on my study. Lot of accidents are noted during construction phase compared to the previous year. The bifurcation of payments of DBM and BC gives room for the contractor to delay installation of road furniture and road marking, which is a main cause of accidents during the night times in the construction phase. While preparing the DPR, provisions to account the public behavior like road crossing shall be counted mandatorily. Like the construction of VUP may be considered so as to facilitate the public to cross the road safely. Public is not accounting the speed of vehicles and tend to cross the road. That is, the time prediction fails while crossing or even overtaking. Crossing shall be reduced and U-turn provisions may be included in the DPR itself. Presently in construction contracts, road safety experts are evaluated only on production of mere certificates and overall experience and not on their expertise experience, which shall be based on their contribution in reduction of accidents on their deployment. So we can encourage the roundabouts and increase the public awareness campaigns and laws after construction, social effects to be considered to reduce the fatalities, human behavior to be studied. It varies from place to place, district to district at the time of DPR itself and designed accordingly. After construction of expressway or multi-lane highways, then going for construction VUP clearly indicates the mere neglect of the people needs residing near the highway. It also resulted in loss of life, money and time. Upcoming infrastructure developments are being made under EPC mode. So the perspective of fixing the responsibilities for loss of life and safety of the vulnerable should be clearly fixed to the road safety consultant of that particular project. Loss of one life is equivalent to 1 crore as on date. It directly impacts the growth of the country. Loss is also in two ways, namely the GDP loss and also the project cost overrun. And also it's a kind of a repetition. In the same road we are widening to multi-lane, 8-lane, 6-lane, and again we are going for a VUP concession. IRC may think of upgrading the standards of 2-lane with at least a New Jersey barrier median. In curve portion, it should be made mandatory to provide the median either movable or immovable based on the site conditions, because in the curve portion only the overtaking is happening and the accidents are happening mainly by the two-wheelers. Thank you. I hope I completed my presentation within the time, sir. Thank you, sir.
Questions, please. माइक दे दीजिए
माइक हाँ Hey, organizers, be ready with the mic always.
Subject paid to me. Thank you. Bhubaneswar, from Pahal to Jana, that is Khorda section NH16, more than 20 fatalities have occurred in the last 1 year. And 2 of them I was present just 2 minutes before or after. And all of them because of road crossing. Pedestrians are to be given opportunities before we ask them behave properly. There are service roads along both sides, there are NH one way, and they have to come to the bus stop, they have come to their destination. So this is a major problem, whether you have analyze this in the study, particular study you've taken. Second, my request to the IRC authority, why these road crossings, foot overbridges are not incorporated in the road contracts.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Should I respond? Why it is not made part of DPR? Road crossings and all that, no?
Foot over bridges.
Basically, foot over bridge and all that, now we are trying to put a lot of things. But main problem is that when road is crossing through built-up area, people are not allowing that foot over bridge, number one. Number two, young person can climb up. Old persons are not able to climb up and then go down. The escalator should be provided. That we are thinking. Road safety, we are thinking on that line.
Now, here in Bhubaneswar, we have provided elevators in 2 of the flyovers. We can adopt that model also. There's no issue. But definitely, it's a very good question. So, very good suggestion. We'll definitely definitely recommend it to the IRC to incorporate. Yes, microphone there, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a very pertinent and relevant presentation. As you see, whether we take your study or any study done in the country, we find 2 very clear things, that it is not the road engineering which is the biggest culprit for the road safety. It is the human behavior and the vehicle engineering which is the responsible for the accidents. As you see that the highest accidents occur on NH, and the fatality rate is also the maximum on NH, whereas the road engineering is the best on NH. You see, I think everybody will agree to it that the least aberrations are there in NH compared to the aberrations in ODR or SH, whereas the fatalities are the maximum on NH. So it is because of the 2 things. One thing is that our roads are designed to the maximum speed of 120 or so. But our vehicles are designed for the maximum speed of 250 or even 300. So don't you feel that there is a need to put speed governors on the vehicle? When our road is not designed for a speed beyond 120, then why the people are plying their vehicles on the expressways and highways with the speed of 180 and 200. It is very common speed nowadays. You just study any highway, you will find the normal cars going with the speed of 150 and plus. So there is a need to put the speed governor on the 4-wheelers, especially cars. And the second cause of the accident is the rash driving of bikers and no helmet wearing. So if these 3 things we can take care, then probably half of the accidents can be done away with.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead with these recommendations. Now we will move to the next question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now he will speak.
Ma'am, I have one question.
Yes. No.
Myself, Professor Sanjay Samantare, alumnus of IIT Khodagpur and founder president of Indian Climate Congress. Thank you, Matt, for excellent presentation on a very good topic. So you have mentioned that accident increasing in different highways, national highway and state highway and other roads, 31%, 22% and 46%. Do you have any correlation studies between these 3 highways, and what are the causes and how we can reduce the accidents? Comparative study do you have made?
Yes, I'll consider this and I'll do the further studies on this. And actually, I have recently posted there and came working as a road safety divisional engineer. So considering all those factors, here and there, I'm giving based on the people's human behavior, some suggestions, they are reducing it. And for other districts, we have to do the studies.
Okay, we take the last question.
Yeah. So my question is very different. I think you have made a very good point about road engineering, vehicle engineering and all. And you know, since the last 6 years, since I did the IAHE 6-week course on road safety, I have been watching the various accidents. My question is like this. Imagine I am a dumper driving between Belgaum and Davangere. When is the last time I had an intervention on the education of the traffic rules? Question 1. Leave aside how I got the license. I am a two-wheeler driver. Somebody got me a license few years back. When is the last time there was an intervention?
I will just interrupt. This question is a definitely good question, but not relevant to the presentation only. See, this is a topic where it can encompass a lot of topics outside also. So we will go by this question, but one-to-one with the speaker.
So I take it it's not
I'll
relevant
one-to-one
to the
with the
road
speaker.
safety. Is that what it is? So
We will take up this question one-to-one with the speaker later.
Sir. Okay.
Thank
We can go ahead with the next speaker.
Thank you.
Hello. Next presentation will be by Suminder Banerjee, who is Vice President of MS GeoQuest. He will be putting presentation on evaluating pavement performance, utilizing low carbon emission and cost-effective drainage geocomposite.
Jai Hind. I'm Colonel Soumendra Banerjee, and I'm representing my firm, GeoQuest. For 24 years, I was in Indian Army as a colonel with Corps of Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to bring out a very important topic which should be addressed as we are progressing in India. Primarily, as the theme of this particular session is cost and sustainability. So I will be talking about a technology which will replace the natural aggregate, and with that effect, we will be able to reduce the carbon footprint. Unlike what we think that it is expensive, it is not expensive, and at the same time, it will be able to perform better. So let me go to a very scenic place. Everyone sitting here will love this place. Nobody out here will say that I don't like this. Hill slope. But what we are doing to this hill slope, ladies and gentlemen, we are ripping it apart. We are ripping it apart by quarrying, stone quarry. An element which is being used, and one of the most important elements, construction element which is being used. Now, this is my problem statement. Sorry. So, this is the problem statement, but this is our problem statement. So, let me go to the kind of activities that results into this. Mining, the construction activity associated with mining, right from the crushing of material to transportation, all along. I think I'll use this. From the transportation to the crushing of the element, everything is contributing into the degradation of the system. So here we are bringing in something like what we have, a drainage layer under a rigid pavement. It's a one which is given in IRC 83. We are trying to replace it with geocomposite. A geocomposite which will perform in a similar manner without affecting the overall performance of the rigid layer. So in various codes, I've picked it up from IRC 15. So in this we have a drainage layer and a filtration layer. It's just over the subgrade. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have codal provisions where we can use drainage geocomposite instead of the GSB, which is drainage geocomposite, which is used for the filtration layer. Now, what we are suggesting here is, let's use it for the drainage layer also. So what it will encompass? It will encompass, I'm sorry about this, I'm not doing it, it's on its own. So, so it encompasses replacement of the granular subbase with drainage geocomposite. Now, in IRC 15, you have a minimum. It says that if you remove the drainage layer, the filtration layer, the minimum thickness of the GSB has to be 150 mm. What we are trying to say, let's reduce it more further. Let's reduce it more further to bring more, to reduce the natural use of natural aggregate in the pavement. What is the performance? What this GSB is doing? This GSB is primarily, it is a permeability of 300 meter per day. So let's find a material or a geocomposite which will match this. So in the industry, it has been now developed that we can match that permeability. A typical cross section. What you see here are the various layers. I'll request you to concentrate on the drainage and the separation layer. Now, a drainage geocomposite will be able to perform in a dual manner as a drainage and a filtration layer. But that does not mean that we remove the entire GSB altogether. It is a structural requirement for the structural integrity. So, we come to a balance where we use the drainage geocomposite along with a thickness of the GSB layer, which is under study right now. So this, the particular drainage geocomposite, one of the major problems that the clients have and the engineers have on ground is clogging. The moment the finer materials go into this drainage geocomposite, it clogs and the performance of that particular layer is compromised. So what do? We have a system that we are working on to ensure that the clogging of the drainage geocomposite does not take place. And if you see in this particular one thing I would like to bring to your notice is the performance of the drainage geocomposite under sustained loading and for a larger duration. So this is something which will be required by the engineers for a good performance of the drainage. Again, the benefits, I don't have it's intelligent, I've been here since morning, it's a very intelligent crowd sitting here, audience. So the kind of benefits that will accrue from using this kind of drainage geocomposite. So greenhouse, higher transmissibility under sustained loading. Even a conventional GSB over the time, it has performance issues. So let's address it. Cost, certainly, if we just did some calculation, there is a cost reduction of around 20% if we use a GSB and replace it with drainage geocomposite. Faster construction, imagine a layer of a 10-kilometer layer. We did a small calculation. It requires 240 trucks of GSB material. And with just one truck of drainage geocomposite, we are able to get the same performance and the pavement is also functioning well. So this is 150 mm of 240 trucks. So this is the kind of performance that we are looking at. Carbon emission, we did some study, and as in the previous session, Dr. Pandey sir and Dr. Ambika had spoken about the greenhouse effect that we are expecting in India. So let's reduce it. You can see the kind of reduction that can be achieved by just replacing the natural aggregate with a geosynthetic material. So this is a small example which we did on a turf. This is not a pavement. This is a work in progress. this is a turf that we did, and wherein the replacement of 150 mm of gravel by drainage geocomposite. And what is the kind of results that we found from this? This is the test setup. First is the time and the flow rate. You can see the performance is as good and even better. One of the most important factor is the moment, let's say it's in a high intensity rainfall area, the drainage that the geocomposite will do in the first couple of hours is much faster than a conventional one. That's a point I would like you to focus upon. Flow rate, with the gradient, it performs very well. So what we found out in the conclusion that the 150 mm of gravel, now the gradation of the gravel was 40 mm and down, open graded. In the same manner, the drainage geocomposite was performing in the same way as a GSB layer would perform. So one more factor that it plays in the mind of the client is it has been tested, or what about long term? So a small study was done wherein
Somendra, please conclude within 2 minutes.
Yes,
request.
2 minutes. So in this was laid, and after 12 years this was exhumed. After 12 years, you can see after 12 years, and you can see the performance has not changed. It is because we were able to maintain the flow, and the intrusion that takes place is not there. So we gave a little research proposal to the ministry, and they were kind enough to accept our proposal, wherein right now what we will be doing is, I will directly go to the, So one is the lab research that we will be doing, wherein this entire setup will be done with loading, static and dynamic, to see over the time how it will perform with the vehicular movement which is coming on the pavement. This is then a comparison between the conventional method and with drainage geocomposite. With all this, we will try and establish and give the confidence to the user, to the end user, that drainage geocomposite will perform as good as gravel. So let's make an effort to replace the natural aggregate with something more sustainable, and if any contractor is here, more cost effective. Thank you, sir. I will end myself here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for remaining within the time. Now questions from the audience, please. Yes. Please
Yes, sir.
hand over
Yes.
him a mic. Always be ready with the mic. Huh? At least I request 2 persons on either side, they should be with the mic ready. Yes.
Durability, yes, sir. Yeah, that's a very valid point. The one which I showed you, the exhumation of the particular material after 12 years, that encompassed the kind of loading, the creep action, and the performance over the time, sir. So that has been tested and proven. And now, as the research, it's a work in progress. So as the research will progress, the lab test setup that I had shown you, that will be simulating over a long time for durability, sir. And the reduction factors are also there when we are giving it in the design, sir.
Any more questions?
ये कहीं और एग्जीक्यूट हुआ है कि नहीं फील्ड में अभी तक?
नहीं हुआ है सर।
बाहर में कहीं विदेश में?
हाँ, बाहर हुआ है सर, बाहर हुए हैं। अब यही है कोशिश कि हम इंडियन मार्केट को एक कॉन्फिडेंस देने के लिए, दैट इज व्हाई दिस वाज एंटर्ड इनटू द मिनिस्ट्री hackathon which was there, and they have accepted the proposal, and based on that we will be doing a test batch, but we have our initial studies, तो ये successful होगा।
Very good.
Yes,
Seeing
sir.
is believing.
Yeah,
so we all go by Somendra's words also. Actually,
Sir?
his paper will give everyone a new direction to think, actually. Reducing the layer thickness as well as improving the drainage criteria over the years. Thank you, Somendra. We'll go to the next question.
Excuse
PQ sir.
Next
Sir,
questions,
and
actually,
this
we are
is
getting
used
the
in
questions can be
PQC.
taken up later also. No? We closed, at that time no one came, so we have closed this. We can very well take it later also.
Okay, thank you.
They will interact.
Hello. Next presentation will be by Dr. Vishal, Deputy Chief Engineer, Road, BMT. It will be regarding Mumbai Coastal Road success story. The point of success he will be giving.
Namaskar, respected dignitary on the dais of the dais. I am really thankful to IRC for giving me the opportunity to share my experience. Basically, I am a field engineer, so I will be talking what we had done on field. Before that, I would just like to share that IRC is the only one conference or session where all engineers wait for this session, because I had seen from so many years from different parts of our country, all engineers came, they sit together, and there is a lot of technical discussion. So thank you IRC for organizing this huge event. Time is only 12 minutes, so I will be running. I have to play T20 cricket now. So please bear with me. This presentation is divided into two parts. One is for PowerPoint presentation, and second I will just show you the walkthrough. Yes, why? Always we start why, how, when. So why the need for coastal road? Why it was needed coastal road in Mumbai? Mumbai is one of the dense mega city in the world. Also attracting lot of visitors and tourists. It is narrow and linear shape. We are having only north-south direction where traffic are plying. Since all utilities are under the road, due to the city demands, coordinated and holistic maintenance work cannot be carried out at a long stretch. Alternate routes need to be provided. Basically, I will not read one point. Basically, there were two points where we thought, yes, there should be a coastal road. One was to decongest the traffic. We all know, I think many of us visited Mumbai, and if you visit South Mumbai from Nariman Point to Bandra, so you can see how nowadays all over Mumbai, whether it's suburbs, lots of traffic, all XL loads are plying on each and every roads. So to decongest the traffic on this particular road, this project was initiated. And second, to have more open space in Mumbai, to have more green space, this project was initiated. Background of this project is just one committee was formed. This committee was consisting of different eminent persons from government and from consultants, and they had studied various things related to project. 7 to 8 alignment was studied and one alignment was fixed. This is basically the alignment of this particular project. It starts from Nariman Point and up to Kandivali. This project is basically divided into two parts, one north part and second south part. So we will be discussing today about south part, South Mumbai. Basically this project is divided into three packages, package 1, package 2 and package 4. Package 3 and 4 has been combined. Before inviting tender, detailed project report was made. These are the various points where we had covered each and every point related to marine as well as land. Again, these are all the studies which were done by different agencies. The best part was that before inviting RFP, we had grabbed all the NFCs from government, because as we all know, whenever we award a work order to any contractor, so at least 6 to 7 months he is running from pillar to post to grab all these NOCs. So we had acquired all the NOCs before inviting tender. So these are all the NOCs. About 19 NOCs were there, and after that RFP tender was invited. The cost of tender is around 14,000 crore plus. These are the various technical length and various parameters involved, salient features I would rather say. Again, these are the various contractors and consultants. Basically, this project was divided into 3 parts, package 1, package 2 and package 4. Package 1 and 4 was awarded to L&T, Lalsar and Turbo, and package 2 was awarded to SCC, Hindustan Construction Company, in JV with HDC. All the packages were having PMC, and above PMC, one general consultant was appointed. So this is just an administrative chart how we had handled this project on different levels. These are the 3 interchanges for this south part. One interchange at Nariman Point, second interchange at Amerson Garden, and third at Worli. These are some of the photographs. This is the first interchange at Amerson Garden. This is the second interchange at Haji Ali near Mahalakshmi Temple. There are 3 stores, one above the other, and it was a complex interchange. At present, traffic is plying on this particular interchange, I mean on this particular south portion. We are having 2 tunnels, 2 twin tunnels. The diameter of the tunnel is 11 meters and outer diameter is 12 meters. This is just the cross section of reclaim area. We had reclaimed about 111 hectares into the sea because we are not having land. So slowly we had to reclaim, and as we know that Mumbai is a reclaim of 7 islands. Thus Mumbai was formed, and without affecting any marine life, this project was carried out. We are not gone into the deep sea. Near the coastal area we had just reclaimed, and all detailed study was done. These are the two tunnels, twin tunnels, which is going towards north and south. There are various project benefits. I will just name few of them. By this project, coastal road will reduce commuting time up to 70%. If you travel from Nariman Point to Bandra, during peak hours, it takes 1 to 1.5 hours. But after this project, it is the vehicle, the time required is hardly 12 minutes. The best part is that there is no toll. So no vehicle is standing near the toll. Once you start from Nariman Point, directly you can go to Bandra within 12 minutes. The study what we have done, we are reduced fuel consumption up to 34% plus. Again, as we are not now we are talking about carbon emission. Carbon footprints is about 1,826 tons of CO2 per annum, and about 70 hectares of landscaping area with kids play, butterfly garden, jogging track and cycle track and other facilities. We had on this 111 hectares, 70 hectares is only for landscaping and remaining is only for roads and tunnels. Well, these are all the benefits. We had different challenges working near the sea, reclamation, seawall, interchange, tunneling. See, basically, this topic we can't cover in 12 to 20 minutes. It requires at least whole day.
Dr.
So I will
Vishal,
just 2 minutes.
Hurry up, please.
Yeah, I will directly show you the photographs. Construction photograph. This is the tunnel. The tunnel is below the sea level. Above there is a sea and below is the tunnel. The length of tunnel is 2 kilometers. These are the various interchanges. I will just show you the walkthrough. Yeah, can you help me for the walkthrough? Can you help me for walkthrough? Because it's not
System
working
people,
here.
can you help him in showing the walkthrough video? Yes, please come.
All detailed studies were done regarding what will happen if we reclaim, what will be the effect on marine life. So all detailed studies were done. ये बंद कर दो और walkthrough चालू करो. आवाज नहीं है. वॉल्यूम नहीं है. Okay, I will just explain. I think there is no audio. Well, this is from Princeton Street flyover. Now we are going into the tunnel at Nariman, at Marine Drive. This is the 2-kilometer tunnel. There are basically 3 lanes. One lane is dedicated only for ambulance and firefighting vehicle. When you come up out of the tunnel, there are 4 lanes, 4 plus 4. One lane is dedicated only for buses that we can see in red. The bus is, whenever the bus stop is there, it comes sideways and then it comes on the main pavement. This is the prominent. The prominent varies from 20 meters to 22 meters. So people can seamlessly walk up to 8 kilometers near the seashore. This is just the traffic alignment at the interchange. If you want to go from coastal road to normal road, there is Bhulabai Desai Road or vice versa. This first interchange is at Amerson Garden. This project is now open for traffic in Mumbai. There are various underground public units. This is Haji Ali. This is the another interchange at Haji Ali. This is just the traffic arrangements. In entire project, we are not providing any signals. There is no signal at all. If you consider linear length, it is about 10.58 kilometers. Below, all green landscaping is done. Now the work is in progress, but the pavement is open for traffic. Now we are coming towards Worli. Now this is the end of package 1. Now we are going to package 2. Tunnel was package 4. People can walk near the seashore. There are jogging track, there is butterfly garden, different amenities we had provided. The best part is that no commercial stall will be there on entire project, on entire green space. Only people can come, they can sit, they can enjoy, they can take selfies, they can move around, but no, the food is strictly not allowed. This is the last interchange at Worli Sea Face, and at the end it joins to existing Bandra-Worli Sea Link. Thank you so much.
Hello. Excellent. Now we invite questions. Hello. Well, before that I'll say there is a suggestion from Bhubaneswar Satpathy. So he is highly appreciating this session, and more and more appreciations following. So now the question, actually, you can start with the question.
Yeah, hearty congratulations, Dr. Sombre,
Thank you,
for
sir.
a beautiful presentation and the excellent project you have showcased to us. Sir, I just want to make one comment and then I'll ask him one question. I had driven on this road and it was like falling in love again with Mumbai. So any one of you who are traveling to Mumbai, I will advise please go. And when you drive on this road, you feel really proud that something has happened in India as good as maybe in China.
Thank you.
My question to Dr. Thombre is, what are the provisions for the drainage in the tunnel? Because Mumbai is a high rainfall area, and how it has performed over the time in the last monsoon. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, I will invite you all to come to Mumbai and see this project. This is one of the iconic projects of our country. Under this project, all structures were there. There were bridges, there were roads, there were reclamation, there was retaining wall. Every element, there are tunnels. So every element we can see in this particular project. Yes, drainage layer. The road which we had designed, we had done drainage layer. What we do in pavements, GSB was done. We had provided perforated pipes and plus
No.
plus geofabrics.
Dr. Vishal, his question is very specific regarding the tunnel part. He is asking about the drainage in the tunnel. Near the sea, how you are provisioning for the tunnel, or how you are provisioned in the tunnel?
Basically, if we consider the invert level, so it is 20 to 25 meters below. And we all know that that coast, we are having a very good basalt rock. So we had done different geotechnical tests, and the rock is very hard. And concrete liners are provided into the tunnel, which if at all, if there is any percolation, it will take care of. And we had provided different waterproofing layers at different stages.
And
So
finally, you are doing a pumping there.
G.
That is the question, the simple answer to his question.
And plus concrete lining.
Yes, concrete lining is there to collect water, but finally pumping is done to relieve water. That's what you wanted, Mr. Ingole.
Thank you.
So next question.
Yeah. Actually, what is the time taken from the commencement of the DPR to award of the work?
It took 3 years.
3 years. Then it's really a very good job you did.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Because then another, what are all the coastal regulation zone challenges which has been faced?
Yeah.
Because in Chennai we tried to provide the elevated corridor along the coastal. Some social activities, they are saying the rare species.
Yes, that is a issue actually. That is
whether
out
that,
of the project. Yeah, that part actually you can discuss how he has resolved. But for Mumbai actually government has declared a special zone for which they could do this project. Actually, this is a long project from Navi Mumbai, Nariman Point to Kandivali. So that was a special declaration for that, and they are only executing that part actually. That part you can very well discuss with them.
Okay.
Now it has been extended up to Mira Bhai.
Another one last question. How many court cases, on what basis they challenge it?
Yeah, certainly there were PILs because we know if any big project is there, then we have to balance everything. Mainly the PIL was that we are harming marine life. It has gone up to Supreme Court, but they had given clean chit because we had done each and every study before inviting tenders. Before inviting tender, during construction and after construction, the study will be continued by NIO.
Okay, thank you.
National Institution of
We'll take up the last question.
This one, congratulations, a very good topic. My question is two-part.
Ma'am, 1 minute. Let sir finish.
Utilities.
Ma'am, 1 minute. Ma'am, let sir finish. Yours will be the last one.
Utilities. What were the challenges in shifting the utilities to? What were the challenges in provision of utilities for future?
Yeah. Basically, this challenge we normally face whenever we are doing pavements on urban areas in Mumbai. Now I will come back to your question. Normally we provide utility ducts on shoulder portions on both the sides, because in Mumbai we are dealing with about 42 utility agencies. But since this was a greenfield project, we had provided a utility duct along entire project, where the persons or utility persons can lay their optical fibers into their duct.
No, Dr. Vishal, his question was different actually. He is asking about. He is not asking about the technical provisions. He is asking about the other part actually. what time you took, and how could you resettle all those people and all those utilities in such a dense corridor? And yeah, exactly.
It was, there was
Sir,
no
we
shifting.
can take up this question later on along with you. Ma'am, your last question, please.
Yeah, I will come back to that.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
was no existing utility shifting into that ducts.
No, this is the last question. Yeah. Wait, sir. Please.
We can discuss one-to-one after this session. I will love to answer, and I will learn from you also.
Just hold it close to your mouth. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. It's audible, ma'am.
Yeah, it is a very
Just
good,
hold it closer.
very good presentation. We wanted to hear more from you, but because
Time constraint. Yeah.
I think I want to know that because I am from Madhya Pradesh, Ujjain, Shobha Khanna. We often read in newspapers that Mumbai traffic is stuck in rains. So how you cater with tunnel in rains? Have you got any such problem during the rains that traffic is stuck?
No. See, basically, the tunnel was, whatever construction of tunnel was done by TBM, tunnel boring machine. And it was below, in some parts it was below 12 meters, in some part it was below 20 to 21 meters. So rain has not affected during our construction.
But that is the construction part. But where the tunnel boring machine stuck into ground and went inside, there must be some problem.
No.
Not at all.
We are lucky that we have not come across any difficulties.
You dealt with that.
Normally it comes whenever there is a clay or marshy land, the TBM goes and it stops.
Yeah.
But since from Nariman Point up to Amerson Garden, the rock was very good. The stronger the rock is, the more we can drill tunnel at faster rate, and it was very good. So we have not faced any problem. Thank you. Thank you
This
so
was
much.
basically after 10 to 12 meters you got basalt there. So clearly there was a through tunneling possible.
Yeah. Yes.
The last question, please.
Sir, I have got a small question. It is a very huge project with 1826 metric tons of carbon footprint saving and all. There is one big span in this particular project. That is 134 meter long. That is the steel span, steel boasting bridge. What was the acceptance criteria for this particular span, I want to know? And what are the tests we performed before opening it to traffic?
Yeah, basically, the span was 60 meters, but the people staying there, they had requested that their boats are going inside, and the space required is very less, what they were saying. But we had designed 60 meter was far enough, but there was number of meetings, and after number of meetings, technical as well as some political meetings were also there. So they decided to increase the span. Provision was that to have group of pile cap and pier. In that particular case, in that particular zone, we had first time in India we had used monopile. So in mono means single. So right from bottom up to the bottom of your segmental concrete, there is a single pile. So due to these single piles, you don't have to have number of 5-6 piles and pile cap. So it saves the spacing and
the diameter of the monopile was 3 point something, no?
3 meters.
3 meters.
3 meters.
Yes.
3 meters.
The single pile, yes.
See, the width is 45 meters basically. We are having 4 plus 4, and even central median is 11 meters. So to cater all this, we of course with number of trials we had done. So we decided to go for monopile, and due to monopile, and of course we had used high performance concrete. Even in some cases we had used UHPC concrete, where we can achieve bigger span, having intermediate what we can say piers on that. So only due to that, only due to monopile we can have this bigger span, and by using UHPC we can have the big girders.
Thank you,
design part is
Dr.
okay.
Vishal.
Design part is okay, sir. I want to know what are the tests we perform before we accept
That part actually will take up during lunch one-to-one. Let's go with the last.
I will come
paper
back to you,
today.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The
Thank you
last
so much.
presentation, study of construction challenges faced during construction of bridge over River Devi, and will be presented by Engineer Satyajit Dalai, Additional Chief Engineer. The bridge was in Puri.
Good afternoon, all dignitaries of the dais on the dais. Today I have got an opportunity to represent my state, particularly AD department, for a case study of Devi River Bridge. Actually, the lunch time is fastly approaching, so I will not take much time of your valuable time. So I will start. Devi River Bridge is a difficult bridge because of a very crowdy and very interior rural packet of Puri district. The village Talda, it is already very densely populated. Around 5,000 villagers are staying there inside Devi River. And it was not connected till 2010. The government has decided to connect this village, but there are a lot of problems. First problem is the roads approaching that Talda village are very narrow. And construction materials would not be...
Please check, the presentation is missing on the screens.
Yes. So, I will just take 1 minute about bridge. Bridge is a structure which crosses an obstacle such as river, lake, railroad, ravine, and other barriers like pipelines, buildings, wildlife, and canals. Bridges which are constructed over water bodies face a lot of challenges during construction. As you know, Odisha is a coastal state, which includes major rivers like Mahanadi, Baitarani, Brahmani, Subarnarekha, etc. These rivers have so many tributaries and distributaries, which forms numbers of river system. And Devi River is a principal distributary of Mahanadi River Basin, which passes through Jagatsinghpur district and Puri district, which is very crowdedly populated district. So it is finally emptying into Bay Bengal. I am showing just a map of Talda village. It is an island inside the Devi River. See, one approach road is connecting one right embankment only, and there is no approach road to this left side approach. So we have planned such a manner that construction material could be easily taken to that site. So first we have decided to build one RCC twin girder box bridge. For that 26 number of spans have been planned, and out of 26 we constructed only 22 spans easily. But one problem faced after that. The main channel, tidal channel, was within that 4 spans, that is from P18 to P22, for which the wells first started by the agency, but it could not be sunk up to the founding level. It was partially sunk. After that, after 2 floors, the wells have been displaced and missing somewhere underwater and not traceable. So as reported, these wells are located in severe tidal zone and severely tilted and displaced. All efforts have taken, but it could not be traced out. So finally, the agency was requested to close this site, and he was not able to complete that project. The government has decided again to go for balance work tender, and one committee was formed. That committee suggested to consider again the project for a newer look, like the width of the river between the two flood embankments again measured, and it was decided to give more additional spans beyond the vents provided. Initially, the bridge was proposed for 26 spans, as I have said. Then it was of 797.11 meter, 1 meter. After partial construction, that problem, whatever I have discussed, due to high flood in the middle channel, they were beyond activation. Sorry. Then the committee that was formed, they have suggested some modification in the proposal and solutions. One is between P18 and P22, 3 numbers of RCC box girder of length 15.315 meter, 32 meter, and 13.945 meter were provided, along with a steel bowstring girder of 61.26 meter. The total length of such modification was 122.52 meter. Abutment AL was modified to act as a pier and new abutment. All new AL new was provided with 33 meter steel girder composite superstructure, basically to reduce the dead load component, so that old abutment AL can act as a pier. Now new foundations for steel bowstring girder are RCC well with slightly increased depth between P19 and P20, and pile foundation between P21 and P22. Pile foundation is also provided at AL new. Please see the revised GAD of the bridge. These are the side pictures during construction. See, this is the P18 structure standing inside the water. For more than 2 years, we have analyzed, and after that, in 2021 December, our EIC and the then CC all visited the site and instructed to go for bowstring girder bridge. So this is the first bowstring girder bridge in RD department, Odisha, and we have taken the challenge and constructed the foundations. And we have a very good agency. That agency is also local one. He has given his full effort. These are the pictures taken during construction. See, this is the casting yard of bowstring girder. These are the machineries. Finally, we launched the bowstring girder. After 2 years, it was a successful bridge, and the villagers of Talda got the connection to their Puri district headquarters and to Odisha, all districts. I also thank my design partners, my department design branch. Also, I will thank my CC sir and EIC sir, who were given their best efforts to construct this bridge, and our consultant, Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, and our the then secretary sir, who has also given his best time to guide us. I was then superintendent engineer at the division. This is the picture of finally finished bridge. Now you can search in Google Tarada village bridge. You will find more than thousands, I think, reels have been taken by the local people, and the dream come true. This is the final finished bridge. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Satyajit. Actually, he has worked in a very difficult situation, environmentally sensitive, that zone, tidal, everything, whatever we are discussing, other things, everything was there. But just I told him to be very concise and precise. He has reduced everything, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I invite questions from the audience, if any. Yes.
Respect to Dias. This is a very good bridge project near my village. First of all, I thanks to our department, RD department, and all design branches and seniors. Thanks to Satyajit. This river, Devi Nadi, is a big river and a heavy current, slushy soil. So many difficulties I can see every year. So, this bridge has been completed successfully. My question is, what are the challenges to face to complete the bridge successfully? Kindly express.
There will be, Satyajit, there will be a lot of, his answer will be a lot of this
Yes,
thing
it will
actually.
take.
This can extend up to days because I know with what difficulty he has done the project. But I'll just explain 1 or 2 points only.
Yes, sir.
Huh.
Actually, the span between P18 to P22, it is in a very heavy tidal zone. The casting of superstructures in that span is a challenge, was a challenge, not his now, was a challenge by conventional methods adopted by RD department at that time. So, again, we thought about the conventional span like 30.63 or 35, 40, but the number of foundation will be more. So, we have analyzed more and decided to go for bolstering. Again, the width of river, as I told, was later stage when in 2010 it was around 750 meter, but later on it was around 800 plus. So again, the JD has been revised. That the two challenges we have faced in during construction.
Ajay, with this, I think we can. Ajay, you have a question? Yes, please.
So, losing a pier is, pile is never a good option. So, did you consider just changing those span arrangements near the piles and redoing it? Was it more cost effective to stop and redo and change the span arrangement and avoid the tidal area altogether versus either jacketing or surrounding additional piles around that area and creating a platform and building a pier over that?
Yes, sir. A good question. First, I have told that it was an island. It was an island. So the approaches to the island was very narrow one. So, however, we have constructed the pile foundation, but it will be difficult for constructing the superstructures in that area with a conventional method and with that challenging tidal river. So we have decided that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All the questions will take up later, ma'am. It is already 2 o'clock. Let us conclude.
I compliment you as a NQM. I traveled throughout the country, and I have never seen that Rural Road Department has done such a nice work. Secondly,
excellent.
Secondly, I want to know that this is a separate Rural Road Department or people are going on deputation from PWD?
No. Our department, basically we are one cadre from WARS department, was one cadre in Odisha. We are working under RD with deputation, on deputation.
On deputation,
yes.
Okay, that's why you have constructed such a nice.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, audience. Thank you, audience. Thank you, all the speakers. Now, just a second, actually.
Just one question, sir. One question, please.
Please don't make any request. No, please. I'll not entertain. It's already 2 o'clock. Please have respect for the stage.
I'll take 1 minute only 1 minute. Sir, thank you for nice presentation. I want to know that a river of bridge length of 750 meters around. So, how many numbers of pillars are there? Almost 21. So, it is advisable, as per IRC, that the number of piers should be made less in comparison to the river length here. So, what necessitated to provide such more number of piers for this particular bridge. Our second thing is that predominantly nowadays, the pile foundation is used for bridge construction. And in your case, it is in that well. I don't know what is the type of well and how much the diameter outer, inner, outside, and what is the depth of planting. So please give some idea so that we can be enriched with your presentation.
Satyajit, do you want to answer the question now, or we can one-to-one you can discuss with it? That will be better. Let us go closing this. Meanwhile, we have received many other questions from different. So we have the mail IDs of the persons that will be sent. Replies will be sent to them. One good question is for him also, but there is paucity of time, so we'll move ahead. You can start now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, all the presenters and the chairperson. Thank you to all our presenters for an insightful technical session. And we explore innovative ideas from fiber reinforced microsurfacing and zero accident vision to sustainable drainage solutions. The success story of Mumbai Coastal Road and the engineering challenges behind the River Devi Bridge. This session truly showcased the innovation and dedication driving India's infrastructure growth. So thank you so much once again, all the presenters. Now may I kindly request our chairperson and the co-chairperson to kindly come forward. And before that, may I please request our chairperson to kindly conclude the session.
Okay, I'll take that part. So we had 5 speakers. So I will go from the last one so that in the recency mode we can easily recollect the things. He presented the bridge over River Devi, executed in a densely populated and environmentally sensitive zone, which we all discussed. Next, the speaker 4 was Dr. Vishal. He spoke about our Mumbai project, 14,000 crore marine land project, cutting travel time from 70 minutes to 12 minutes. That is really remarkable, and I have traveled on that road, and that is one of the road worth experiencing in India. Speaker 3 was Mr. Somendra Banerjee. He was proposing low carbon drainage geocomposites replacing GSB layers, which all we saw. That is much more beneficial to everything for improving payment performance. Hemlata, she focused on zero fatality vision, and their EDAR sites she was showing. But they have done a good analysis, Pareto analysis and ABC analysis, which she didn't speak, but they have done. With this ABC analysis, they had found that the top Vellore and the second Tirupur, that zone is contributing to 60% of the total accidents, and they are taking action on that. This is something actually we should learn and we should adopt in every state. Then first speaker was Bhubaneswar Doku. He showcased the 5-year field evidence that the fiber reinforced microsurfacing enhances surface stability, reduces cracking, and improves life cycle performance. So the takeaway from this session, it highlighted innovations from the payment enhancement to safety and major infrastructure delivery. Presentations range from fiber reinforced microsurfacing to data-driven road safety, to low carbon drainage solutions, iconic projects from Mumbai, and a difficult project over River Devi, a bridge project over River Devi. Together they showcased engineering excellence in different dimensions, sustainability and safety consciousness as the key drivers of the India's transports and progress. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, now it's time for the felicitations. And to do the honors, may I please request our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly come forward. We'll start with our presenters, starting with Sri Bhubaneswar Doku, Vice President, Cube Highways and Transportation Assets Advisors Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with all of us. Next, we have Engineer K. Hemlata, Divisional Engineer, Road Safety, HRS. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Next, we do have Colonel Somendra Banerjee, Vice President, Commercial. Dr. Vishal Thomre, Deputy Chief Engineer, Roads, BMC. And lastly, in the presenters list, we have Engineer Satyajit Dalai, Additional Chief Engineer. And now it's time to felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson for the session. And to do the honor, may I please request on stage Engineer Vijay Chandra Tripathi, Engineer-in-Chief, retired Odisha Work Department, currently Vice President in Indian Building Congress. May I please request you, sir, to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session.
It is really a privilege for me to receive a memento from Sir. Sir was our previous engineer-in-chief.
Thank you so much to all our presenters and our chairperson and co-chairperson. Now it's time to create some memory. So everybody please come forward. We'll take a group photograph. That's a wonderful session, and we are looking forward to have one more. And we'll have that after having lunch. So may I now request all of you to kindly move forward to have your lunch. I hope you're going to get some yummy food here. Thank you so much. So everyone, it's my kind request that we're going to start the session exact 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. exact. So everybody, please join us by that time. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're done with your lunch. How was it? Was it good? Are you all liking the Odia cuisine? Yes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you to the technical session 11, presentations by officers and engineers. And the session will be chaired by Shri V.K. Rajawat, Director General Road Development and Special Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. May I please request you, sir, to kindly join us on the dais. And the session will be co-chaired by Shri Pankaj Agrawal, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. May I please request our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly join us on the dais. And now it's time to welcome our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. And to do the honor, may I please request Engineer Vinodini Behera, Superintending Engineer, Works Department, Government of Odisha, to kindly come to the dais and welcome our chairperson and co-chairperson with a flower bouquet. So ladies and gentlemen, we can give a round of applause. We'll start with our chairperson, Shri V.K. Rajawat, and our co-chairperson, Shri Pankaj Agrawal. Thank you so much, madam. Now let's start the technical session 11 with inviting all our presenters to the dais. Dr. Vishwajit Mukhopadhyay, Joint Advisor, NHAI. Srimati Jyoti Kulkarni, Chief Engineer and State Quality Coordinator, PMGSY, Pune, Maharashtra. Shri Virendra Singh, GM Technical, National Highways Authority of India. Engineer Helen Janet, Divisional Engineer, CPRR Project. And Ms. Ramya Devi A, Assistant Engineer, CPRR Project, HRS, Tamil Nadu. May I please request all our presenters to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you so much. So let's start this session, and may I please request our chairperson, Shri V.K. Rajawat, to start the session with his opening remarks. Please, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, I think today's presentation is very well convened, and Mr. Mukhopadhyay is with us. He is working in NHI, I think, since more than 20 years? Yes. More than 20 years. And he is having extensive knowledge in the environmental clearance, forest clearance, and other clearance-related activities. So he is going to share his experience in the challenges for obtaining statutory clearance, which is very vital nowadays in the view of the EPC contracts, timely completion of pre-construction activity. So may I request Mr. Vishwajit Mukhopadhyay to make his presentation. So please be brief and finish within 10 minutes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First, I have highest regards to chair and co-chair, as well as my colleague and all the participants. So what is first, this is the challenges for the statutory clearances. What is the challenges? Because we can improve any road in two ways, either through the brownfield or through the greenfield. But both the way, when it requires some statutory obligations under their respective acts, whether it is a central or local. But sometimes we are forgotten about the local laws. So that is the major challenge. And whatever for the central. So for this reason, so choice of alignment is the most critical one, whether project likely to be viable or not, whether clearance can be obtained or not. So my submission that during planning stage, experts from the environment, experts from the forest, experts from the wildlife, experts from the CRZ should be with the technical officers. Because he or she may guide whether clearance will be granted by the central government or state government or not. If granted, what will be the provisions are there? All you are aware that tunnel is the most and best ecologically viable option for protecting any ecological fragile area. Not only that, even the hilly terrain, whatever the natural disaster is we are facing for last 4 or 5 years, not only in Himachal Pradesh as well as Jammu Kashmir also, including Uttarakhand. So those parts can be taken care very initial stage. So that's why the challenge, the viability for selection of the alignment. For the selection of the alignment, as per the scope of the DPR consultant, they are going likely to be a preliminary survey and study for single option. But even though, as on today, 10 March 2025, government issued a notification chaired the Alignment Approval Committee chaired by Honorable Secretary North, where it is a mandatory as per IRC SP 19 2020, as per that matrix, you have to prepare the matrix first. So when you are preparing the matrix, you have to obtain the preliminary data for the 3 options. That is the challenge. They don't have data, even the utility, land acquisition, land schedule. There are some states in our country where there is a erroneous problem regarding the land schedule. Like this state, Odisha. Nobody knows. One fine morning, anybody can tell it is a forest land. But revenue authority, including the district administration, claiming this is my land. Who will solve this dispute? These are the disputes. So whatever the PM Goti Shakti, PNG portal, that layer submitted by Ministry of Environment and Forest, especially for the protected area, forest boundary and so on, there is erroneous mistake. Only 50 to 60% that layer can be accepted as per the actual ground. These are the challenges. So when we are comparing, so this is internal, that is what is the problem. I will coming for the stages for the alignment. First, this is the amongst the internal stakeholder, means NHI, MORTH, PWD or any road construction authority, DPR consultant, IE, AE and contractor. So what is the internal dispute between the DPR consultant conducting survey investigation, that we have mentioned. And all we are aware, Act an umbrella. But under the umbrella, the provision, rules, regulation are amending, modifying, sometimes stringent, day to day, as per site specific, species specific, area specific. So, whatever the Bible will draw, even in the IRC guidelines, so that Bible should not be the Bible for all. It is a dynamic one. When applicability of the statutory clearance under the respective that act, so we have to abide by that Bible. Next point, the lack of information that already we have mentioned. Bidding award before the grant of statutory clearances. This is our own fault. We are aggressive. We are going to award the project without there is a statutory clearances. All statutory clearances. Sometimes we obtain the environment clearance and we award the project because 90% of the land already in position. But when contractor will come, so that 90% in a piece and mill. But for that particular structure, part of say 5 square meter area falls under the forest. No, tree felling is stopped. So I cannot work there. The project is stalled. Cost overrun. So these are our trouble. Similarly, amendment of alignment. I am not speaking about that protected area and so on, so on. Some statutory organization during the State Board of Wildlife and National Board of Wildlife put one condition, no use of explosive. Wherever tunnel is the best eco-friendly, not in our country, in the world, and it is the established one. Till they put one condition when the proposal was processed with some control blasting or something else. But question of tunnel boring machine, which will cause the unviable of the project. So then, what is two options? Our government and NHI decided for option 2, that is detouring of the alignment, which increases the length of around 18 kilometers. So, I am trying to bypassing the entire 1 year loss. I don't know. Hopefully 95% I will succeed by 14th of this month. I will put in the agenda. I will go for amendment of the recommendation of the expert appraisal committee under EIA notification 14 September 2006 and its amendment. But I am bypassing everything, bypassing the 4 major steps under the Environment Protection Act. One is the scoping, then the screening, public consultation, and I am following the appraisal, that amendment of appraisal. Means whatever the data as per the notification has taken during 2021, as per the act, after 4 years, all those data are abandoned. So these are the challenge. Now, for land acquisition and so on, but nobody taken the attention for which species we are going to detouring. That particular species not staying, they are not staying at the hill. They are core area in the hill foothill. But our alignment will go through the foothill only. That is grazing land and agriculture and paddy land. That is the main food for those species. They not question for tiger, lion or elephant. For that reason, decision likely to be taken because neither government, state government, nor even central government has taken the attention for conservation of that particular species. how we can protect, conserve those particular species. We have not taken care. But anyway, whatever direction of the government I will follow, everybody will follow, and accordingly will hopefully by this band I will go for clearances. So amendment of design contractor after grant of statutory clearances. What is the issue? Because project awarded, all applicable statutory clearances was obtained, but when contractor is inside, they are asking, by my portal location has to be changed. For changing the portal location, they don't bother about that area, what forest clearance is required or not. By any manage, contractor can able to fell the trees. And that violation, today or tomorrow, it will come. And I can share large number of this type of project which are implementing by the NHI. But by due course, I can manage, I can able to regularize those type of huge violation. That a tree has been felled in some other alignment where there is no forest diversion in principle approval. Mock disposal has been done indiscriminately. Whatever the location has been identified in the DPR, in the project scope, bidding document, contractor don't bother about the putting the material because it is far away. So for these are the challenges, sir, and practically happening. So many projects, even the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, where you are facing trouble in Dara Tiger Reserve. Because everything has been down sound, 8 lane. The tunnel portal has been opened in the non-forest land. However, when construction is going on, in between two hills there is some valley, where tunnel overburden is not available. Then what will be? Either you have to change the entire tunnel alignment. So these are the provision. Means for the single project, I have to obtain the clearances from the State Board of Wildlife and National Board of Wildlife for 3 times. What is the second time? They put one condition. NHI will deposit the fund to shift of 2 villagers. This is a condition. So then I apprised before all my senior, including member and chairman, said today forest will ask for 50 crore. Whether they can give written, because it is for 10 years for the tribal population. So they will not demand in the next year. If it is one time, I am fine with the 50 crore. But for dislocation of 2 villages, it requires not more than less than 2,000 crore. Ultimately, we can able to change the condition. Similarly, for this. So I can share n number of. So if we want to start, then other speakers.
5 minutes. Conclude within 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah. Sir. So these are the problem, challenges, and there are challenges like some IRC guidelines. If you go for manual for 6 lane and 4 lane, and the IRC SP 21, so in that guidelines it is clearly mentioned, no plant can be planted 14 meters from the central line. Then there is no space, but IRC SP 21, that is prepared by me as a member of G3 committee 2009, where it is clearly mentioned that is 2 of the ROW after 1.5 meter will go for first row plantation of 3 meter interval, and second row after 6 meter interval, third row is 12 meter interval. If for 6 laning configuration. In rural area, not I mentioned, it is in urban area. Anyway, I am not going any detail. So PPT can be circulated to all. It will be very, very helpful document for each and every participant, as well as our government, all DPR consultant, because majority of the DPR consultant in our country, more than 200, only 4 5 have the internal expert, inner house, all kinds of facility. So automatically, always NHI is facing trouble, especially on that issue. There is a lack of experts and experienced officer. Maybe they are given 2 months or 3 months, and thereafter they are vanished from the project. So I am not going any metrics for the pre-construction. That other clearances which are not taken care, neither by DPR consultant nor by our authority, even my project director or even the executive engineer of the MORTH, that is the permission from the National Mission Clean Ganga. It is a mandatory as on today under Environment Protection Act. And for obtaining this permission, 2D mathematical model is mandatory. Physical model is mandatory. Otherwise, neither you can calculate the efflux nor that will dictate the flat plane area. What will be the drainage structure? What will be the dimension of the drainage structure? Though I am speaking on the environmental, all these are technical issues. So technically fault is already there. I am not going in detail. Similarly, so whatever some EDS, that is essential detail short, I already summarized. If anybody will go through all these EDS, if you prepare, and one major problem, each and everybody, every project, you can say 95%, during public hearing, whatever the minutes has been recorded and signed, where 99% is not acceptable. So if all those are in the public domain, what will be happen? So again, when during appraisal, entire MOM has to be amended. Sometimes it requires for the vetting of the state government. So if state government vetting is required, they will ask you go for public consultation. So sometimes public consultation with the police force, sometimes they are going very bad shape, even in this state also, in Jharkhand, so many states, Punjab, everywhere. So similarly, there is a challenge for the forest clearance. What is the major issue? Because in our project, majority of the project we can observe after starting, around 5 to 10% of the project stage falls in the forest area. Whatever the legal status, either protected forest, that protected forest is not like a legal status lying with the forest department. Land is with the other authority. But for the management purpose, the naturally occurring trees or plantation has been notified as a protected forest, means FC Act. Even though you are planting the trees along your ROW, one fine morning, it can be declared under FC Act. So that has already taken by NHI as well as MORTH. I am really thanks to MORTH. And Ministry of Environment, Forest has been clarified silently, not clearly. They will not notify. Whatever the plantation done by NHI or road sector along the carriageway, that plantation will not be notified under FC Act. So, yes.
1 minute. Last 2 minutes.
Sorry, extremely sorry. It's a very, very big subject, sir. because each and every component, because whatever the proposal we have to submit, if you leave it on the environment and forest expert, he will do thousands of mistakes. So always design engineer, when they are submitting the proposal online, design engineer should be there. If tunnel is involved, tunnel engineer should be there. Because in that proposal it is clearly mentioned how much mock will be generated, what type of mock, whether it is semi-hard rock, hard rock, or feldspar, soft silicate, that has to be, and accordingly royalty has to be paid. So the assessment of the royalty has to be put in the forest diversion proposal. But we are not bothered about all these things. So I am sharing one or two. Similarly for the CRZ. And one major thing I am going to conclude, there is some condition has imposed by the Honorable Supreme Court, whether environment clearance is required or not. EIA, EMP is an integral part of any DPR. But for development, improvement of any road, where prior environment clearance is not required, always being a DPR consultant as well as us, we are reluctant to prepare the EIA and EMP, but it is a mandatory. Second one, that is another major issue, that when we are submitting any diversion proposal or wildlife proposal in the Puribesh portal, there is a common application form and all the applicable clearances can be submitted simultaneously, because common application in Puribesh 2, it is like that, that feature will extracted whether it is a wildlife clearance or not. Further, there is a dispute in the Ministry of Environment Forest. Some of the states, partly national park, partly tiger reserve, partly eco-sensitive zone. But in the drop down, there is only column how much area of the protected area. So then you have to combine, but you are not aware whether it is tiger corridor or tiger reserve, but you are falls within the national park category. So it is a huge drawback in Puribesh 2. So I am already taken a matter with the NIC cell. Day to day, from NHI side, I am taking up all these type of glitch, technical glitch in the Puribesh 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for very well in-depth information on the statutory clearance, but related to environment clearance and forest clearance and CRZ clearance. I think with your presentation, I think the implementing agencies is going to be benefited. Thank you. Thank you. Request. Next speaker is on a topic of review of a grievances redressal mechanism from design and implementation perspective with a special reference to Meri Sadak under PMGSY by Srimati Jyoti Kulkarni, Chief Engineer and State Quality Coordinator, PMGSY, Pune, Maharashtra.
It's okay.
This is next. This is next. Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Co-Chairman, my colleagues and friends. I am presenting today on the topic which is very much of interest of each and every person of us, because we may be engineer, we may be consultant, we may be contractor or whatever, but we are the citizen and we are concerned with the quality of road. So this is a topic which is of larger interest to everybody of us. So Actually, many of you may be present during the last IRC at Raipur, and during that IRC, Honorable Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, he very elaborately brought out one aspect. He said, like in his, I can say the broader meaning of that, what he tried to say, कि मैं पहले जब भी मेरे पास कोई कंप्लेंट आती थी, सो आई यूज टू कॉल मेरे ऑफिसर्स लोगों को बात करता था, एंड मेनी अ टाइम्स मुझे फीडबैक ऐसे ही मिलता था कि उसमें कोई तथ्य नहीं है कंप्लेंट में, सो दे यूज टू हाइड और कंसील द फैक्ट्स. बट then now after the evolution of social media and various apps, the complainant complains with the basically the photographs, many a times the geotag photographs, and thus the facts cannot be concealed. So the basic that speech sparked this idea to study whatever is the data available with us and what actually the citizen wants. So this study basically points out at analysis of the data which is available with state of Maharashtra through this Meri Sadak app. Meri Sadak app, as you know, is a app provided on the Google Store. It is also available on the OMA's, that is PMJSY website, and any citizen can use it, download it and use it for recording his feedback and the grievance. So I have tried to use the data, study and analyze the data for the year 2024 for analyzing this. Now, what is the importance of this grievance redressal mechanism or feedback? We know that a huge fund is poured into the construction of infrastructure in the nationwide, and it is basically to be for the final use of all of us, the common citizen. So if we get the feedback directly from the commonest citizen, in case of PMJSY work, as Meri Sadak is basically for PMJSY, the rural common person can give his feedback or register his grievance depending on this Meri Sadak portal or app. So it will definitely bring in transparency. Then accountability, definitely that whosoever officer will try to hide it, he will be made accountable and it will enhance the public trust. Then after all, once we bring in transparency, accountability and public trust, definitely it is going to improve the quality while road construction as well as while maintenance. Then this grievance redressal mechanism is also a very essential part. Whenever World Bank is funding any project or LDB is funding any project, they need an effective grievance redressal mechanism. And if you visit the websites of LDB or World Bank, they are flooded with GRM data, but actually GRM related theoretical discussion, but actual analysis of data is not available, so I have tried to analyze it. You all know, so I am not going to elaborate it, that PMJSY was launched long back in year 2000 by Honorable Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, then Prime Minister. We are celebrating the 25th year of PMJSY this year. Then the Meri Sadak app was launched in year 2015. Till date, almost over 10 lakh downloads are witnessed for Meri Sadak app and over 13,000 reviews. So it basically symbolizes the strong enhanced citizen engagement in PMJSY works. So citizen is basically engaged in PMJSY work right from its conception, but it is not the actual common citizen. Mainly those are PRIs, Panchayati Raj institutes, or the Gram Panchayat or the council, then the community heads, and also the people's representatives like MP or the MLA. They are involved in the identification of the road to be constructed or upgraded. Then there is also community, this even citizens involvement to this extent brings in ownership, and the sustainability into the PMGSY. That is the main thing behind the success of PMGSY. Then Meri Sadak enables feedback or grievance registration during implementation and maintenance stages. So even I would say before construction also, because as we will see it in the due process. So the objective of study was to collect the data was already there, to analyze that data and try to find out, assess the GRM, how it is functioning, then focus on the categories which are made in the Meri Sadak, and how the citizen complaint behavior is, what they want to say, and suggest improvements for a more effective GRM design. So, Meri Sadak app as of now provides 8 categories. If any of us need to register our complaint in the Meri Sadak, you can register it against the land issues, against the poor quality, against slow progress of work, against the abandoned work, against corruption, against maintenance issues, then against tender or bidding procedure, then against the alignment, whether the alignment is, many a times such complaints are there. And this is not only like writing it theoretically, the citizen can upload the geotag photograph, it will be a geotag photograph, and also there is a tracking mechanisms that when I complain, then what is the government working on it or the authorities working on it. So this is generally the distribution. So depending on the data of Maharashtra for year 2024, total 1097 complaints were received in that year. So actually this is the data distribution, that poor quality against 49% around were of poor quality. Then alignment, first and major concern was the poor quality, and then it comes in the reducing order, that is alignment, slow progress, abandoned work, land, corruption, maintenance, and tender issues. So if we see, as we analyze the complaints, almost 50% complaints, 500 complaints means almost 50% of 1097 complaints, those were not related to the PMGSY works. So, but yes, definitely those complaints were related to some or the other work, means road. But actually that was not our jurisdiction. In Maharashtra, we deal with PMGSY or MMGSY, Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana, on the lines of PMGSY. So these 50% complaints were actually not under our jurisdiction, but yes, definitely those were the grievances of the citizen and need to be addressed by the concerned authority. So, but naturally, we could only address those complaints to the concerned authorities and inform the complainant that we have forwarded your complaint to such and such authority. But as that is not our jurisdiction, we could do very little about it. Then the 42% complaints which were of poor quality, but out of this 42% complaints, it was seen that 50% complaints were actually the demand for new work. Means many a times we have constructed the road in some or the other scheme, but the road is dilapidated in this 10-15 years and no other work is done or no improvement work is done or no maintenance funds, so no maintenance is done, and so the citizens are actually demanding for new work. Then 19% were regarding alignment issues, 12% slow progress, 5% each on land and abandoned work, 5.8% complaints were on corruption. So, but when we analyze these complaints, further it was seen that all these 5.8% complaints were actually against quality only. People have mentioned the quality issues. If we go see the comments of the people, the complaints were for quality, and also the 1.2% complaints registered under tender issues, those were also complaints for the quality only. So there is a overlap, means 5.8 and 1.2% complaint whichever registered under corruption or tender issues, those are actually the complaints for quality. So what are some interesting findings in the citizen complaints are, some complaints duplicated or registered under multiple categories. Means same complaint, the complainant is registering either by different names under different categories. So exactly similar sentences registered under the comment section, we could understand that this is the same complainant which is registering by different names or under the different categories. Then citizens often equate poor quality. So as I put up here, 5.8% complaints were though registered under corruption. Actually, in case of road construction, there is no actual give and take from a citizen, no bribes are taken from citizen or like that. So there is no direct corruption as such. But these 5.8% complaints, which are quality complaints but registered under corruption, it itself indicates that citizens perceive this quality, low quality, as a result of corruption. So mostly that may be the reason why citizens have put this 5.8% complaints under corruption. Then 1.2% complaints were tender issues, but these complaints again are quality complaints. So there may be a reason, because the bid or tendering issues are related to the contractors, and contractors are aware of where to make the complaint and how to get the solution for their complaints, what is the escalation matrix. If the immediate officer does not address their complaint, then where to appeal for that complaint. So these two types of complaints, these are generally overlapping complaints, and these are basically a quality issue only. So from this, actually, by analyzing all these complaints, it is broadly find out that common citizen only wants quality and speed of work, that is to avoid delay. So by analyzing all the 1097 complaints, I have arrived at a conclusion that the citizens' basic requirement is timely work and good quality work. Then the repetitive complaint by some users observed in this case, actually we have witnessed a complaint, same complaint by a same user for almost a month. He was putting every day, though it was addressed by our PIU, and then we actually had to call him, our PIU actually called him to his office and met him. His complaint was not even related to road, it was related to some of his farmland related issue.
Hello.
So then
Ma'am, only 2 minutes are left.
yeah. So these are the interesting findings. Then the citizen participation insights are 24 complaints we could locate, which were given by the female citizens. So it itself is a good indicator that rural women are getting empowered and they are raising their concerns through online platforms. The app transparency is there, as I told you, that it allows the tracking of the complaint. Then direct access to officials via numbers, which increases response in my number as a SQC and our PIU numbers are directly given on the Merisadak app for each district, and my number for the whole of the Maharashtra. So people can directly call and talk at any time. So they can register their complaint as well as they can directly call on the mobile. So what are the gaps which are located from this implementation is, there are 50% complaints which are unrelated to the actual PMGSY, MMGSY. So there is a absence of jurisdiction clarity. Common people don't know. In case of Maharashtra, National Highway is working, PWD is constructing road, MSRDC is constructing road, MSIDC is constructing road, corporations are constructing road, Nagar Panchayats and even the Gram Panchayats are constructing road. So common man doesn't know where to address his complaint, so the jurisdiction clarity need to be given. Then there is a language barrier. So rural population, this interface provides only English language. So the rural people have to some extent found out the solution of writing it phonetically, MERI, Mary, like that. But still, if we provide the local language, then they could express more fluently. Then there are privacy issues. As I said, my number is given to whole of the Maharashtra, can be seen. So any person can lift his phone, pick up his phone and call me at any time. So many a times, if on holidays or in some at some important work, I am for private work, and then I have to address it. The main recommendations in this category is we need to add new category, that is demand for new road. So we can address this demand. Otherwise this demand means if there is a demand and it is registered under poor quality, we will say that it is actually a demand, and whenever the funds are available we can take this work. So this will be closed at that point, but this demand need to be taken up when we are planning the infrastructure. Then enable local languages to support the and simplify the user interface. Then introduce geofencing. Honorable Minister has already announced it for the national highways that he will be putting up the QR codes for the roads and to bring in the accountability and transparency in the system. So same thing need to be, if we could make it possible at every level of road, then the citizens' main concern whom to address the grievance will be solved. So the main conclusions are quality and speed are the main citizens' interest, main concerns of a common citizen. And Mary Sidak also serves as a fourth tier. As we know, PMJSY provides 3-tier monitoring system, which it is one of the key feature. So this citizens' feedback is always actually the fourth tier, the ultimate tier of quality monitoring. And depending on this, we are also keeping check on the state quality monitors or even the MQMs. If they are giving satisfactory grades and we are getting complaints on that road, then we dig out into their actual feedbacks, and we have taken actions on some SQMs depending on this feedback. Then simplified citizen-friendly design we need to bring in, so it will ensure transparency and accountability. The way forward is we can also do it from other state also. We can study the feedback and we can finalize what design corrections need to be done. Then integrate lessons into CPgrams, the other grievance related portal. Then strengthen the digital governance for inclusive infrastructure development. And one thing I forgot to put into my paper was in 1097 total complaints we have received only one feedback, wherein I have made the rectangle over it. It mentions best road. It may not be visible from the lower thing. So I think we look forward for more and more such type of feedback that our roads will be getting, that we are constructing best roads and grievances will be minimal. And thank you.
For detailed information on Mary Sadak app. Now our next ये बाद में दे देना रिप्लाई. अच्छा, you have to go. Okay. Okay. So our next presentation is Shri Virender Singh, Regional Officer, Bhubaneswar for National Highway Authority of India. He is having vast experience of working in NHAI at different position and Border Roads Organization. And he is also a very much instrumental in completion of the very long delayed projects of Odisha and also the completion of Raipur-Visakhapatnam project. So now over to Shri Virender Singh for his presentation.
फुल स्क्रीन मेरे को उधर साइड में नीचे प्रेजेंटेशन वहाँ से करना है, यहाँ से ठीक है. वो मेरे को आई एम कंफर्टेबल विद दैट. ठीक. सर गुड आफ्टरनून. DG sir, Chief Engineer sir, the presenters on this dais, and my all colleagues who are in the hall. Actually, I am looking after only the Odisha portion of Raipur-Visakhapatnam project, but I thought it would be better to cover the whole project. So on behalf, on behalf of RO Chhattisgarh and RO Andhra Pradesh, I make this presentation. As we see, if it is visible, this red line is the existing highway from existing roads, not highway, from Raipur to Visakhapatnam, whereas Raipur at present is landlocked. So the route could not be developed, I think, mainly due to Eastern Ghat crossings and hilly terrain. It is an existing, generally two-lane with, or somewhere where national highways are there, so two-lane paved shoulder roads. So after construction of this, the major industrial hub of Raipur, Jagdalpur, and Simliguda, which is near Koraput, they are major industrial hubs. They would be directly connected to the port. At present, the length of present distance from Raipur to Visakhapatnam is 595 kilometers, which is going to be reduced to 500 kilometers. So there is a net huge saving of 95 to 100 kilometers. And accordingly, time will also reduce from present 13 to 14 hours to literally 7 to 8 hours. I would add here that if we see the alignment, this green is the alignment which we have followed. This is the new alignment, which is a 464 kilometer length, is passing 124 kilometers in Chhattisgarh, 240 kilometers in Odisha, and 100 kilometers in Andhra Pradesh. These are the major connectivities: NS30, 130C, SS6, NS26, 326, 13, SS39, 48, NH516C, 516B, NS16, SS113, SS116, and it also gives, apart from the industrial hubs which I have said, it also gives connectivity to the airports at Raipur, Visakhapatnam, and Jaipur in between, which is near Koraput. These are same thing which I was telling, I have shown on the this. Now here we can see there are some tourist spots also. This is Devmali, there are the Gupteshwar temple and all that, which are not developed at present because there is no good connectivity. And Arku Valley is also a major tourist hub. And in between, if we see Nalco and Hal has got a major project. At present, they are working on major project of this Hindustan Aerotrains Limited. And Nalco, and there are many other Vedanta and all that, they are there, where it's a rich bauxite and limestone area. We have made a economic analysis. It's a rough, for rough guidance with a 15 years analysis. So what is the conclusion is that we are investing around our total project cost is around 16,000 crore. And the saving on this project, apart from tolling, I am not calculating that tolling part, only by construction of this, because there is a huge reduction in length. 95 kilometer length reduction is a huge thing. That is why we are saving a huge amount of 14,500 crore. This is the project terrain. We will see that on the Chhattisgarh side, on your left is Chhattisgarh, and on Raipur side, this right hand side is the Odisha portion, which is the real Eastern Ghats. So this is the breakup, around 87 kilometers out of 464 kilometers is the hilly terrain. Soil, generally the soil is good, because of hilly area, and normally laterite, red soil, conquer type soils are there. So we have got very good advantage in the embankments of this highway. Generally there are very small streams which are crossing. Major, there are three rivers, Mahanadi, which is in Chhattisgarh. We are making it has been completed, 1.38 kilometer long bridge has been completed. Then Odisha, we have got only one river, major river crossing, Indravati, which is 150 meter, and Andhra Pradesh, two rivers which are Champavati and Gostani, small, not that big. So we required around 3,190 to around 3,200 hectare of land. Land acquisition was not big problem in this area because it was a remote area. Not much of the population is there, and they were willing to give. But certainly, because it's a tribal area, so there are some tribal laws associated with the land acquisition. That was a problem. But we got very good support from district administrations and state governments. That is why this project has not faced land acquisition problem, especially in Odisha. There are some issues which are there in Andhra Pradesh portion. That's also because of some GMR airport land is there, and some legal issue is going there. As far as, as far as this forest environmental things, so we have acquired we have got diverted 677 hectare of land, which was in a length of 106 kilometer, which was a major area if we see. But same thing, we got the support of government, state government in getting this land also, forest land diversion also in a good record time. In this, we have planted, the tree felling is the whole total project tree felling is 2.65 lakhs, against which we have planted 4.87 lakhs of trees. This is apart from the plantation which is to be done by forest department. When we have got the land diverted, per hectare around 1,000 for plantation of 1,000 trees, we have made the payment separately with the forest proposals. This 464 kilometer project was divided into 15 packages, 3 packages in Chhattisgarh, 8 packages in Odisha, and 4 packages in Andhra Pradesh. Out of this, OD7 means, OD means Odisha. Odisha's 7th project was purely tunnel project of 4 kilometer length, and OD8 has got both highway tunnel and road. So the total TPC was 16,670 crores, which is mainly civil construction costs of around 12,200 crores. This project required huge quantity of materials, and being in slightly away from the mainland, there were problems in mobilizing the bitumen, steel and other items. But we got a lot of embankment subgrade material in a very close range, and because of this hilly terrain, we got the stones in the huge quantity of stones in the ROW, and that ROW material we have utilized in the project for the construction activity. So now coming to the technicalities, I would go now very fast because the basic information I have given. So this is in highway section, the revenue area, we have got 60 meter ROW, and this 3 lane on each side. So at present it is 6 lane, standard 3.5 meter width and 5 meter of median, depressed median in this project. The beauty is that this is expandable. We have designed in such a way that the project can be expanded to 10 lanes. So at present, all highway and structures are 6 lane, but there is a provision to extend it to 10 lanes. So this is the cross section in hilly areas we are aware. And in forest sections, we have got only 45 meter ROW. So at present, we have reduced the median. Against 5 meter, we have provided 2 meters with the New Jersey barrier. There is this dilemma is still there, whether, because at present the forest diversion which we have got, they had given us only for 45 meter. And means it looks like they had said that we are not going to extend it. So we may have to go with 6 laning in the forest sections. We don't have any option, but at that time, if when widening is required, we will again try. So this is forest area and hill section. Pavement, we have considered flexible pavement as per IRC 37 2018. Main carriageway is with 110 to 120 MSA, and there are hardly service roads. This project doesn't have much of the service roads. These are generally slip roads, so they are with 10 MSA. Subgrade taken 500 mm, GSB 150 to 2. There are different payment composition in all the packages. So this is the payment composition, and in tunnels, the payment is 150 mm DBM and PQC 270 mm. Regarding structures, this is one of the main structures. I will explain it. This is the cross section. General cross section we have followed for the structures, and structures also. This is I think for structural engineers, this will be a good point. We have provided if the provision for stitching, because we have to later on we have to widen it to expand it to 10 lanes. So we have designed the existing 6-lane structures in such a way that we can go for stitching, and 2-lane is 2-lane structure can be added in this. So giving a total outlook of the project, there are three tunnels in this project for Raipur Visakhapatnam. That is around 9,000 meters. Longest tunnel is 3.42 kilometer, which is in OD7, which is done by DRA. Viaduct, there are 21 viaducts of 7.07 kilometer. The longest viaduct, which I just saw the photograph, that is 1.8 kilometer. Then major bridges, there are 52 major bridges, 7.66 kilometer. Minor bridges, 138, 2.58 kilometer. There are 5 ROBs and monkey canopies. There are, as you have seen, there is a huge forest area in this, and monkey and apes, langur, they are the native there. So we have, wherever forest department, wildlife department has recommended, we have constructed the monkey canopies for their crossing. This is the tunnel. I am showing only one tunnel, that OD7 tunnel. This is completed actually, and this is a 3-lane 2-in-2 tunnel. This is the cross section, and I think in the cross section I would like to highlight only 2-3 things. The excavation area is excavation width is 16.4 meter. The effective section comes 14.595 meter, and the minimum this on the pavement portion.
Virender ji, 2 minutes.
Sir. 11 to 50 meters. So I'll leave this detail for the hurry. This is what I would like to highlight. Tunnel log classification in the GBR, geotechnical base report, we had given in our tenders, and with the actual rock classification we have got, we have considered the change of scope in this. So there are 2 main toll plazas and 24 ramp toll plazas, closed tolling, and there are 24 entry exit points. We have provided 22 numbers of wayside amenities. There are 5 in Chhattisgarh, 12 in Odisha, and 5 in Andhra Pradesh. Mode of project we have done for HAM, wherein 40% is upfront paid and 60% in 50 years by annuity. And this 40% which we are paying is in 10 installments. 4% each is a stage. This is again coming to the, like I had given again the contractor wise, there are 15 packages. Generally this highlights 2 things, this slide. One is generally we got the discount on this project based on our estimated project cost. And project generally we bid in different packages. The last package awarded was in 16/10/2023. So which will be completing in July 26. So that is how roughly 3 years it took. We had given 2 years time, but that was really very difficult to execute. It was a very difficult terrain. So there are, I would just finish now. There are some project photograph. This is one viaduct for which we used slip form work for concreting. This is on this viaduct, the height of pier was 45 meter. So we had done this pier cap precast and then lifted it and installed on the top. This is the final figure. These are the slabs on this. The height of these piers is around 45 meters. This is the now completed 1.8 kilometer long tunnel. This is really a very civil engineering marvel. If you want to see sometime, I invite all of you to see this. Because in this Eastern Ghat, there are a lot of cutting. So we have gone with the breast walls wherever required to, so that drains are not choked. And this is the slope protection work which is going on. And if you see, there is a structure there that is for monkey canopy. There is a slope protection work in tunnels. This is some electric cable. This is aqueduct. This is just, I will take some time because in this, at this location, the height of cut is around 18 meter and there was a stream going on. So we are making a aqueduct which is 10 meter wide and 2.5 meter depth. And there was one location where ROB was proposed 70 meter box string. But we had, fortunately the railway line was not laid till then. So we had gone for a box, simple box there, 2 boxes of 14 meter wide, and it has saved us around 40 crores rupees. This is the annual overpass. This is the monkey canopy, finally finished monkey canopy you can see on this project. This is the design. It may be helpful in some wherever when you get it, this copy of presentation. These are some design work we have done on this for beautification. These are some photographs. Different type of slope protections have been used in this project. This is one location I would like to highlight where our DPR consultant has done a mistake, and he has made the alignment through a minor irrigation project. So they were not agreeing that our highway goes from there. So initially a viaduct was proposed, but later on with a small bit of culverts and all that we have done it, and there was a saving in this area also of around 60 crores. This is the final view after in the minor irrigation project. These are some safety items which I have highlighted. This is because we are having huge embankments there. So 2 types of productions grass we have used. The vetiver grass has been used wherever we had to stabilize the slope. So this due to its deep vertical roots, and on other areas which were granular and just runoff water was to be slope was to be protected by runoff water. There we have stylo hamata grass. Its growth is very fast. I think very few projects I have seen where this grass has been used. Wherever there are wildlife areas, we have provided the noise barriers. There are some photographs of interchanges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very elaborate presentation on Raipur-Visakhapatnam project. Now, I request for a last presentation on integrated risk and contract management in EPC road project and AI-driven risk management strategies for public-private partnership road infrastructure project by engineer Helen Janet, Divisional Engineering CPRR Projects, and Ms. Ramya Devi, Assistant Engineer CPRR Projects, Tamil Nadu.
இங்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் எனது வணக்கத்தினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். A warm good evening to one and all present here. I am Ramya Devi, Assistant Engineer, CPRR Project, Tamil Nadu Highways Department, and my co-presenter, Ms. S. Helen Janet, Divisional Engineer, CPRR Project, Tamil Nadu Highways Department. I am very much thankful to the Project Director, CPRR, CE and SE CPRR, and Director HRS, and my colleagues, and finally IRC committee members for giving me the opportunity to present in the prestigious IRC technical session. So my topic is integrated risk contract management in EPC projects and a pilot study conducted in AI-driven risk management strategies in PPP road infrastructure projects. This is my presentation outline. Consists of introduction, EPC risk versus contract management, literature review, methodology, EPC risk identification, prioritization and analysis, EPC arbitration case studies and recommendations. This may be the vague topic to everyone, but there is a necessity to look into the contract management nowadays because we are having very much pending arbitration claims in our court cases. So this is the introduction. We all know that India is the second largest road network which stretches over 6.7 million kilometers in total. Nearly 5.6 to 5.8% in total estimated government expenditure has been allotted to roads and highways sector every year by the government of India. So this is the budget allocation in India in 2025 to 26. We can see 2.87 lakh crore of rupees has been allocated to road, transport and highways. Now we can see budget versus arbitration claims. So government continues to make significant investment in road sector. However, alongside this impressive figure lies a significant challenge. So you can see we have 2.87 lakh crores of budget, but we are also having 1.1 lakh crores of arbitration claims in our projects. Nearly 38.33 of roads highways budget is going in the pending arbitration claims. Majorly, BOT and EPC projects are subject to the arbitration claims. Now, we raise a question, are all the projects are completed on time to have this much of arbitration claims in our projects? The answer is unfortunately no. Because we have the data from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, that is an online computerized monitoring systems costing over 150 crores of projects has been monitored online. So we have the key statistics, that is the total projects has been monitored as 1817, which is having the total cost overrun projects are 458, costing over 5.71 lakh crores. Also, we have time overrun projects, that is 831, and average time overrun is nearly 3 years. So this is the a decade representation of the trends of cost overrun from 2014 to 24. Here we can a slightly declining trend in 2023 and 24. And we are also having a decade representation for the time overrun. Here from 29.44% in 2024, we have raised to 41.59% in 2024. This is the government data published in MSOAPI. So over the decade, only 20% of the projects are completed as scheduled and ahead of schedule. Around 38% of the projects are delayed. However, in 2024, there is a significant rise in 38% in the category of as on schedule and ahead of schedule. So there must be some of the reasons for this delay on cost overrun, time overrun, anything happening. So the reasons was listed by the project implementation in agencies. That is, with respect to time overrun, the delays in land acquisition is the major reason. And after that, obtaining environmental clearances, infrastructure support, and delays in finalization of DPRs, change in scope, delays in tendering processes, contractual issues, and etc. With respect to cost overrun, there is a delays in change in scope of projects, and underestimation of project cost may also be a reason. High cost of environmental safeguards and rehabilitation, that means the compensation to our publics, and monopolistic pricing by the vendors and time overrun is also a reason. So now our research is focusing on the risk management and contract management. We know These are the independent variables. Yes, risk management, we are doing from the right of the planning to completion of the projects. Contract management, we are doing at the time of the project implementation. Yes, the risk management is a proactive approach, but contract management is a reactive and administrative approach which we are most required at this time. So the risk management deals with the uncertainties, but contract management deals with legal obligations and performance monitoring. Okay, now we can see how effective contract operation reduces risk. Yes, we have, are we not having any clear contracts in India? No. We are having good, clearly drafted contracts. Even I having model documents for EPC, Triple P and HAM, whatever are the contracts we are having. But why? Why these much time overrun and cost overrun are happening in our projects? We have to think, because we are the good contract and effective contract needs clear understanding and communication, proper documentation and monitoring, controlled variations and payments, use of risk sharing provisions, timely disputed resolutions. Yes, we have these factors in our contracts. Okay, then we have articles 10, article 19 for payments, article 26 for dispute resolution, everything we have. We have schedule H for payment schedules, we have schedule J for project timeline completions. We have everything, but where we are missing? From paper to practice. There is a need for contract enforcement in our projects. The clauses without action are useless. The implementation gaps creates a lot of risks. Accountability must be enforced to each and every stakeholders involved in that project. Monitoring is as important as drafting of contract. Decision must be timely and transparent, not only by the consultant and contractor. This must be from the client side also. The capacity building strengthens everyone. Yes, we are having supervision consultants for everything. For our engineers side, from the government side, we are lagging in the understanding of contracts. So we have to train our engineers in the contract management. This is a very much requirement needed now. So digital oversight enhances compliance, strong enforcement reduces arbitration and overruns. These are the literature reviews, just I'm skipping this. These are the research gaps we have found out in the literature reviews. There is a limited work that integrates field-based data from practitioners with detailed contract analysis. The existing research is often either theoretical or legalistic without offering a combined practical framework. So this is a methodology we have framed for project. So we have collected data from the stakeholders who are involved in every projects, and we have two tasks in that. One is descriptive analysis and another is the case study from the arbitration claims. So finally we have compared the analysis part and the case study part. So finally we have come to our conclusion. So now I request divisional engineer to take the dais further.
Thank you, Ramya. Good evening to all. In this study, we collected relevant literatures from journal papers, research papers, and court cases related to EPC road projects. We also obtained expert opinion using Delphi technique to identify and validate the potential risk factors. Based on the literature review and expert suggestion, a total of 49 risks were identified in EPC road projects. These risks were then grouped in 10 major categories: financial risk, technical and design risk, construction risk, land acquisition and right-of-way risk, environmental and social risk, political risk, safety and security risk, operational and performance risk, legal and regulatory risk, and force majeure risk. To gain a deep understanding of these risks, we conducted a questionnaire survey with the key stakeholders, including client, contractors, and consultants. Nearly 20 participants from each category were involved in this study. The questionnaire survey is listed here. The questionnaire used a Likert scale to measure the level of agreement for each identified risk. Based on the response, the data were analyzed using relative importance index to rank the significance of risks, and mean, median, and mode calculation to understand the central tendency and consistency of responses. Ms. Ramya Devi will continue the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we come to the descriptive analysis part. That is, we have used a strategy, relative importance index. This is the strategy to prioritize the risks from very high priority to the very low priority. These are the ranges that starts from very high priority to low priority range. So we can see the graph. So these are listed, the risks are listed from the very high priority to low priority. So from 0.8 to 1, we have ranged as a very high priority risk. Because we know these risks are involved in our contracts, but we are not focusing on it. So this study reminding everyone that, so the delays are happening in land acquisitions, unclear contract documents, and non-planning of scheduled activities. These are all the major risks. So this is a calculation of mean, median, mode to reiterate the perspectives of each stakeholders and how the risks are repetitive in every project. We have found out the calculations. The outcome of relative importance index and calculation mean, median, mode results in the risks, high priority risks as land acquisition delays, unclear contract terms, unforeseen geological conditions, and improper scheduling and sequencing activities, delays in approvals. So to ensure that we have compared with the case study that we are having in the arbitration claims. So this is the case study 1, this is the EPC projects. Here also I have highlighted the reasons for this arbitration case. This clearly explains there is the right of way delay, upheld the early completion bonus and restore dispute contract price. These are the delays. This is the second case study. Here it insists on clear contracts and proper documentation and a timely land acquisition. So delays in approvals and clearances are all, this is the case study 3. So I have just ensured with the risk analysis and the case study. So we can see out of 5, we have three risks which are in case study ensures that. So this is the conclusion of that. Risks and contracts are independent terms, but we need to integrate that common risks we know we are all having in that every contracts, that is land acquisition delays and approval bottlenecks and everything. Lack of enforcement and monitoring, this has to be addressed by our engineers, and isolated management of risk contracts, integrated risk contract management. This is the recommendations. We have to strengthen our contract enforcement, that is timely approvals and timely actions for every letters that contractors and consultants are addressing to the engineers. So build capacity awareness to train our engineers as a contract experts. We have to focus on that. And this is the case study 2. I want to share something. Artificial intelligence plays a vital role everywhere. So we thought, why not in contract management? Let us try. So we have conducted a pilot study in the application of PPP project. So this is the sample study we have conducted. I have collected the data of PPP projects, the scheduled project cost and actual project cost, scheduled completion time and actual completion time, risks involved in each project. So I have used, these are the literature reviews, I have reviewed that. And the objective of study is to find the scheduled performance and cost performance for the future projects. So I have used artificial neural intelligence for coding, and we have collected opinions and Likert scale arrangements for prioritization of risks from our stakeholders, and finally we have coded that with activation functions. You can see that there are 4 activation functions: point, tan, h, ReLU and softmax. Artificial intelligence is nothing but a code. It is a mathematical calculations we are using in the form of codes. So this is the development methodology we have used in our AA model. We have identified 37 risks in PPP projects, and we have 12 data sets. That is very, very meager. This is a pilot study. We have trained 80% of that data and testing for 20%. We have created a model by using the prioritized risks with the present schedule performance and cost performance. We have the output like this activation versus the mean squared error and mean absolute error. Here we can have the ReLU function shows the 95% accuracy with the actual data and the predicted data of schedule performance and cost performance. The result demonstrated the ReLU function yielded the lowest mean square error and mean absolute error values of SP and CP. These findings will helpful for identifying the risks involved in our projects and to find the shifting of scheduled performance and cost performance during the project implementation. This can be ensured with the monthly progress report of stakeholders. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, madam, for detailed presentation on the risk analysis. I think this presentation is very useful to develop it further for implementation by the implementing agency. I think we can take it forward. Thank you. And now floor is open for discussion. We have received 3 questionnaires from the audience. Mr. Mukhopadhyay is going to reply on that.
Thank you. Again, with the permission of chair, co-chair and all participants, one question raised by participant, it is required to CRZ permission of the bridges. Very valid question. If all bridges are does not attract CRZ claims, if it is passing through the CRZ area, in CRZ 11 notification, CRZ was categorized CRZ 1, 2, 3, 4. Subsequently, February 2019, that CRZ has been categorized CRZ 1 in CRZ 1A and 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B. So, if any kinds of CRZ area falls, then CRZ clearance is required. But it is my submission before you for CRZ 2 and 3, State Government Coastal Zone Management Authority has been delegated the power. You need not to come to central government. CRZ 2 and CRZ 3, permission state government. It was power has been delegated. CRZ 1 and CRZ 4, you have to come before the central government. Second question, it is necessary anti-erosion bond. This is not anti-erosion, not erosion, it is a protection bond. Protection bond definitely is required if your alignment passing through in around any water body, so you have to construct bond. Otherwise, the water will damage. Secondly, but I think so this erosion may come for the coastal area, maybe question. If the coastal area is concerned, physical, any kind of concrete or stone pitching, these everything likely to be failed before nature. But mangroves can arrest and control the erosion. So powerful because roots are 30-35 meter tiny shards which can arrest all the clay material more than a concrete. So mangroves is only and best option to control the erosion in coastal area. Third question, what are the obligation provision for mangroves regarding the works taken in coastal area? It's a very valid question.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you please be a bit,
Okay.
closer? Yeah.
CRZ 1A, mangroves is falls under CRZ 1A. This is the prime one. First, for the CRZ, for uprooting any CRZ or any shrubs, so you have to go for compensatory afforestation plan. But mangroves may not be planted everywhere in coastal area. It requires particular pH and particular salinity, means chloride concentration. That is the essential. That's why afforestation for the mangroves is a very, very site-specific in nature. Second major, another thing,
try to avoid to destroy any mangroves, go on the piers. If the requires, you kindly increase the span of the piers so that minimum number of mangroves can be affected. So this is the legal provision for the mangroves. Now another question that is regarding, is there any different yardstick for the height of underpasses for the wildlife clearances, IRC, MOSC must standard? Definitely, it's a very valid question. Generally, height of passes for any animal depends on the eye height. What is the species? What is the eye height? Multiplied by 2.72. That should be the vertical clearance at least. Now the openness ratio. What will be the openness ratio? It will be depend on the width of the carriageway. Whether it is a 2-lane paved shoulder, 4-lane, 8-lane. So that it should not be like a cage. So accordingly, you have to widen the underpass. So it is a site and species specific. Third, what should be methodology? Definitely, actually, whatever IRC guidelines, already I apprised before DG sir, because I am struggling with the time. All the IRC guidelines what are framed by the G3 committee has to be amended. And it is urgently to be amended. Because all the guidelines are almost obsolete in nature as per the present statute of the government. What should be the methodology identifying the corridor of elephant, tiger? There must be procedure, SOP currently. Because for the elephant, already Project Elephant during 2010, 11 and 12, they have already notified the entire country elephant corridor. But this is my submission. State government and forest official always make fool. Because under Wildlife Protection Act, there is no sanctity for the elephant corridor. But tiger corridor, whether it is a forest area or non-forest area under 3801G, it is a legal provision under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. That is the mandatory. And another question, so definitely SOP already is there. And last question is their presentation. It appears that most of the stakeholders related to EIE, because EIE is on the neglected document like that. That before my presentation already I mentioned, it is the backbone. It is the backbone how project will be sound, how much it will be viable and so on. So it is integral part and it is essential. Now I would like to add something, whatever my RO apprised before the Raipur Visakhapatnam. Factually at that time GM is present right now, Chhattisgarh GM. This was no so easy, sir. That 124 kilometer out of 124 kilometer, 49 kilometer is forest. And out of 49 kilometer, 35 kilometer in ESZ of Tiger Reserve and Tiger Corridor. Moreover, it is just after the COVID, and that density is 0.8, 0.9, 0.7. Everywhere snakes. Architecno, that was your design engineer, DPR consultant. Kindly speak. You will see nobody want to go to the field, even the forest official, due to snakes and after the COVID threat. Now, what was happened? Because it was the dream project of at that time Secretary sir. Raipur Visakhapatnam has to be awarded. So, whatever the Ministry of Environment, it is a circular of Ministry. It is a access control road. Now, everything my knowledge में आ गया. It is a 70 meter RW, 45 meter बाद में बनाया सर. 35 meter पहले था. हमने जो छप्पा लगाया मिनिस्ट्री से just to award, that is for 30 meter RW. And we awarded the project. So that government likely to be happy. I promised before the member at that time, sir, within a 6 months I will amend these your recommendation. And definitely I was done that. EC clearance has been amended accordingly within 6 months with the strong supportory document, especially when passing through the undulated and hilly terrain. I requested honorable committee member kindly give some space how I can protect the slopes. And accordingly, again, we asked for the 15 meter in the forest area. Second challenge, state government and central government. During RDC, two RDC, they clearly mentioned and minuted it required clearance from the NBWL. So it is beyond the purview of under Forest Conservation Act 1980. Not like that, sir. I went to Raipur. I fighted with the state government and central government, Raipur office. So whatever the stage, beyond WPA 1972, kindly give us permission. And accordingly, they kept abeyance of 179 hectares out of 228 hectares till the NBWL clearance. And we can start the work. Anyway, sir. So it was not easy, and majority is the tribal population. That was another threat. Relocation of those tribal population, then tea felling was started, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mukhopadhyay ji. Now I request my co-chairman, Pankaj Agarwal, to conclude the session. Yeah, any question? Yeah.
Can we please provide him a mic? Yeah.
Hello. My question is to Engineer Jyoti Kulkarni, Madam. I congratulate her for her excellent presentation, which was systematically presented. Factually inferred and logically taken way forward. There are various portals, verticals under which the grievances can be lodged by the public on the portal. One of that is the grievance related to alignment. The fact is that alignment of a project, any road or something, is always done at the preliminary stage of the project. It is at the DPR prepared based on that. And when we prepare the DPR and then tender and give the work order and start the work, and most of the people do not aware about they don't know that whether the work is till they come to know that the work is going on site. And when they see that the work is going like this, they come to know the alignment. Now at this stage, when the work order is given, the contract is finalized, how the alignment can be, grievance related to the alignment of the road can be addressed.
Repeat the question, how the alignment?
When the question is simple, how the grievance related to alignment of the road can be addressed when everything is given and the machinery has started.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you please? Thank you.
Actually, a very good question. As he has said very rightly, the alignment is finalized at the DPR stage itself. But when it comes to field and when actual construction work starts, the farmers come to know. In rural area, they are mostly the farmers or the landowners, and many a times there are land issues basically that in PMJSY we do not acquire the land as in case of national highways or the other expressways. So there are again the pavement width are very small, 3 to 3.75 meter to 5 meter, so 5.5 meter. So there are issues like two farmers, mainly there are the conflicts between the farmers that one says it's the road need to be taken through his land and the other will say that it needs to be taken through his land. So again we need to go to revenue authorities. Many a times land maps also are not available with us. So as far as possible we try to solve the issue amicably without approaching or without going to litigation, because the compensation is not as such available. So we try to resolve it as far as possible amicably at the field itself. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question. Sir, this is on the contract management. Madam, I was saying that you are using that relative indices for the sensitivity and risk other things. I feel this risk factors is a dynamic thing. It may change. One risk is resolved, other risk may pop up. Can your code and other things can read the NPRs and compare with the agreements, and can it give a caution or some warning systems like that?
Actually, we are working on that. Presently, I am prioritizing the risks with and applying artificial intelligence in calculating scheduled performance and cost performance. In future study, we can incorporate that MPR results can be read with the ANN and can give the results accordingly, and we can have the revised work program for each and every activities that we have.
Okay, yeah.
I think we should now conclude. There are 4 presentations made. These presentations are very good and relevant also. The first presentation made by Dr. Mukhopadhyay ji, on the challenges for obtaining statutory clearances. This is the most neglected part. Although as a technical officer, we think our responsibility only to simply consider the technical parameters, but the implementation of that scheme is equally important. And we have to follow the law of the country, and he has clearly brought out how we neglect all these aspects which leads to undue delay, cost overrun, contractual complications which can be avoided. And largely it also causes the inconvenience to the public, which definitely comes in and lead to the many complaints. So although we are aware, but the relevant point is we should take it seriously and develop a risk matrix on that basis, so that public money should not go waste. Another presentation on grievance redressal mechanism through an app. Ministry of Road Transport and NHI have already launched the Rajmarg Yatra app, where our secretary sir, every week he takes a stock of the complaints which we receive through the public, and every efforts are made to redress to problems of the commuters, and it is working successfully. Whatever be the mechanism, the important takeaway point is every organization should have a complete cycle of public redressal mechanism, whether it is a ministry or a state government, because we construct the road for the public, and if we do not have any feedback from the public, the scope of improvement, we don't know where to improve, which aspect of the contract management or public delivery system should be improved. So that way it is very relevant, and I expect that with this presentation, people will be sensitized, and people will try to implement in their organization and develop one such system. And the third presentation, it was on the Raipur-Visakhapatnam project. It is one of the state-of-the-art project. So, and my request to all the participants, they should go and visit how challenging it was. And Dr. Mukhopadhyay pointed out that there is a tiger reserve, some irrigation channel, and tunnel, all kind of infrastructure items and structures you will find. It is a wonderful project. And most importantly, if you have a single unit, the single implementing unit executing the project, you will see the uniformity in the project implementation. So that will give you a very good example of how to professionally manage the projects. And the last but not the one, it is the integrated risk and contract management in EPC and
AI-driven risk management. You will wonder the private sectors, they have a mechanism to assess the risk. The professionally run companies internationally, before bidding, they have internal risk management system. What are the risks involved in this? How the government behave? What are the geographical area? But unfortunately, as a government entity, we have a data. As you can see, all the data has been pulled out from the portal. But we do not have any index or any dynamic AI mechanism so that we can rank the project where the attention of the authority or the higher officers has to be drawn. That these are the projects which are automatic, more than 1,000 projects are running, and automatically it will give the risk index. So you can draw the attention of the seniors, and you can handle the projects and address the problem immediately. So that way it is very fruitful, and it is a new to the government entity, and I congratulate them that they have developed in-house this kind of an index. And as a ministry official, I think we should also think in the direction, and I have also asked that you share me something we will also do about how to manage the risk. Because at the time of sanction, if you know this much land is available, this much statutory clearance, it is already in the risk zone. So you can mitigate that. And with that, the floor interventions, most of the questions were from, on the environmental side, but very few questions on the, but anyway, all topics were very relevant and important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. This was a very truly engaging session highlighting the future of smarter, safer highway development. And thank you everyone for your valuable contribution. Now it's time for some felicitation, and to do the honors, may I please request our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly come forward. Now it's time to present the mementos to our presenters. Starting with Dr. Vishwajit Mukhopadhyay, Joint Advisor, NHAI. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing all the information, all the knowledge with all of us. Next, we had Srimati Jyoti Kulkarni, Chief Engineer and State Quality Coordinator, PMGSY, Pune, Maharashtra. Next, we have Sri Virendra Singh, GM, National Highways Authority of India. Next, Engineer Helen Janet, Divisional Engineer, CPRR Project. And Ms. Ramya Devi A, Assistant Engineer, CPRR Project, HRS, Tamil Nadu. And now it's time to felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson, and to do the honor, may I please request on stage Engineer Sridhar Raut, Chief Engineer, Works Department, Odisha. May I please request you, sir, to kindly come to the dais and felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson of the session, starting with our chairperson, Sri V.K. Rajawat. Next, we have as our co-chairperson, Sri Pankaj Agrawal. Now, as everybody is having a smile on their face, may I please request all of you to kindly come forward. Let's take a group photograph. Thank you so much, all our presenters, our chairperson and co-chairperson, for this knowledgeable session. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. That was the last session from our side in Hall 2. Many more sessions are going on in Hall 1. If you want to join them, you can. And the cultural program is happening in the inaugural room, so you can go and enjoy the cultural program as well. And we are going to resume the session tomorrow sharp 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Thank you so much, everybody. Jai Jagannath, Bande Utkal Janani.
Check. Check.